This, this should be played at high volume, preferably in a residential area. This, this should be played. This should be played at high volume, preferably in a residential area.
Due to some violent content, parental discretion is advised.
Shalom. Shalom. CM. Shalom to you always, family abroad. It's your man Yashar Rawls, aka RedLetter Rap. And you see my wife Yazza Red is with us as well.
Shalom, family.
All praises, all praises. So we was in the kitchen just a little bit ago, whipping up some veggies and everything. We almost didn't make it on time. Because for us, by the calendar which we go by, tomorrow is our actual Shabbat. And so we had gotten some things taken care of today, and just beautiful food that's just getting whipped up right now. Y'all got to get hip. This Genesis 1:29 and 1:30. I'm trying to tell y'all.
I am trying spaghetti squash for the first time, so hopefully it comes out good. I'm gonna be. I came in because I wanted to say hello to you guys, but I'm gonna be listening from the kitchen as I continue to prepare for tomorrow.
No doubt. Let's see who all's with us right quick. Shalom to you always, Aki Joe Scott. Shalom to you always, Shalon Harry. Always good to see you. Finally back online to catch a Bible study. Hallelujah. Peace and blessings, Akawa, and everyone. Yeah, good. All praises. Good to have you. Definitely, always. And so, this evening we're going through chapter 8 of the Ebionites. And before we do, you already know we got to pray on in. If you're not live right here on YouTube and you're watching from Facebook, aka Coon Book, I can't see your comments. Not until everything is done and I go back and take a look on Facebook or whatever. So tune in over here, over on YouTube. Come on in. Definitely come on in. Shalom to you always, Bethia. Always good to see you, Auntie. All right. So just a pretty rough work week for myself. Like every time I had the notion to want to go live this week, oh my goodness, I'd be whooped. So what I want to go live, not tonight, obviously, but what I want to go live about is these Willie Lynch letters. Some of y'all might be aware that I shared them again last week and whatnot. So what I'm getting ready to do right quick, because I'm getting ready to drop in the chat, I'm going to drop the link for these Willie Lynch letters. And so therefore, y'all need to share these letters. That's what I'm trying to get to y'all about. Y'all need to read these letters, share these letters, and definitely understand them, because we are going to read them here on, RedLetter Rap. We're all definitely going to read these things, so that way we can make sure it's understood what the whole agenda really has been about. And inside these Willie Lynch letters is the recipe for systematic oppression. Shalom to you always, Linda Byers. Always good to see you. So let's see here. Right here. This Google Drive link, this is the Willie Lynch letters on how to make a slave. All right. And inside here is the recipe for systematic oppression. And not just systematic oppression, but black on black crime or Hebrew on Hebrew crime. It is the recipe for cognitive dissonance upon our people. There's so much wickedness in these letters. Y'all need to read these letters. And as the scripture says, the Most High is going to call us to be his battle axe at some point. So, in order to understand even that, you need to understand these Willie Lynch letters. Big facts, big old facts. You need to understand them.
Can I just say something?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I know Rawls is mentioning in conversations about these letters, and he was mentioning it like just assuming that I had seen it, know about it, and really understood what he was saying. Until like every time he brings it up, he would bring it up and be like really, really angry because maybe he felt like I didn't understand something. And I was like, well, I don't know what you're talking about. Why don't you show me, teach me it? Like, I don't understand even what you're talking about. So the reason why I wanted to speak now is because when he read it to me, it everything looked so different for me. It was a completely different experience and a different understanding. It's like, yeah, we know our ancestors been through this and been through that, and like my oppressive culture that I was given, we're mutts, right? There is no pure bloodline in any type of Hispanic, especially Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, Cubans, and so forth. Um, but after hearing the details of the letters, I was literally able to see and picture how those letters have unfolded today. And it made me two things. One, really angry about those like myself who were like, Vive Puerto Rico, and like waving these flags that symbolize rape, symbolize oppression, just symbolize part of the plan. I mean, part of the plan was to water down the Hebrew race. Part of the plan was to not only have the Hebrew and the Israelite forget who they were, but to almost like eliminate them entirely. So when I think about my oppressive culture label, Puerto Rican, I think about how I was a product of that plan.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, so many of my people who have this same label and others, like I said, Dominican, Panamanian, Cuban, they were also part of the plan. And by, having this joy, like, yeah, I'm this and I'm proud. It's like, but this was part of the plan to eliminate a certain class of people, a certain type of people. And so I just wanted to say that because it was that deep for me. And so while Rose is saying, you guys have to share this, you guys have to read this, like, it is so much deeper than what I think you can even imagine until you put your eyes on that. And then the other piece of that was it made me want to kind of work even harder to undo what they did and try to make sure that I'm not a pawn in their master plan. And so I just wanted to share that.
All praises. So what I'm trying to do, family, is I'm trying to pin this to the top. So I'm about to post this again, and then I'm about to do one of these things. See if this actually helps. All right. So, like I said, I want to go ahead and and I want to pin this to the top. And so, goodness gracious. All right, so I think what I'm gonna end up doing is I'm gonna paste this again. I'm gonna copy this and paste this again once this is all done. All right, so let me see here. Yeah, after the live chat and everything is all done, I want to repost these letters into the comment section. Huh?
The one that you're pinning, is that a correct one?
Yeah.
The 400?
Mm-hmm. Oh no, whoa, no, it does say 300.
Okay, so you want to say that I had suggested that you do a 400 one.
Oh
You
yeah,
want to be able to give things that are accurate.
right.
So
So
because the 400 has a huge symbolism,
right.
a bigger symbolism.
So the first time I ever read the Willie Lynch letters is that inside of them it said that it would, if they followed this method, this recipe, that it would keep us under control for at least 400 years. Now, in these Willie Lynch letters that I have, it says 300. And he does further go on to say, who knows, maybe thousands. So I want to make sure that's clear to everybody. The original Willie Lynch letters that I saw said you'll be able to control the Negro for 400 years at least, if not thousands. And in these ones, it says 300 years, if not thousands. All right. So I just want to make sure that y'all get the understanding. Share these letters. These our people need to know exactly what the recipe has been to keep them at the bottom. The whole agenda for you to not know who you are in any slightest variation, any whiff of your original history or culture is bad business for them. And you need to understand that. So, yes, once again, read these letters, share these letters, become the battle axe. All right. So
Let me just, I don't know. And let me just say this. Sometimes we see, Hebrew women or Israelite women, because not everybody who's Hebrew is Israel, and not everybody who uh, is a certain complexion is either, right? But keeping that in mind, for purpose of this conversation, when we see a Hebrew sister with a Caucasian man, that angers many of us, right? And so if people was to really read these letters, those who kind of feel like, well, slavery is over and I don't understand the big deal and we all like bleed the same and you need to get over it or you need to be, like, marry and this person is, he's nice to me or whatever. I think it helps with the awakening. Like, it's like, no, this is not okay. Like, it has, that could be a Caucasian person, and that person could be wonderful, right? Because we know, like, we love our Rachel. Um, but it's just really understanding and looking at it in a different way, not necessarily hating that person, but just understanding the greater picture is like so deep, so deep.
facts.
Because it was created to put the Hebrew man under,
Completely under.
and so if you're a Hebrew woman and you're with this Caucasian person who, and this was like before you even knew anything about this, you start looking at the situation completely different.
Mm.
And that's how it hit me. Like, oh my goodness, like I was the one, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I used to love me some Puerto Rican parade, and wearing the Puerto Rican flag. And I'm not ashamed. I'm not ashamed. But now I know, like, this is not really something to like be so proud about. This was something that was done to eliminate a group of very important people
Thanks.
and confuse everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Because I could tell you honestly, like I know who I am because the Most High has shown me, right? How I look, how I carry myself, my practices and my beliefs. You know, Rawls, when he found me, he received me pretty loaded and full. He didn't, I was already doing, Passover, making my unleavened bread and learning Hebrew on my own, you know. So he didn't have to go through maybe some of the things that some of the other guys have to do. He didn't have to bang me over the head to let go of paganism. And listen, I even came modest for him with my head covered and everything, and I didn't know what Yah was doing to me. And this is why I would never allow anybody to tell me that I'm not an Israelite. I would never allow anybody to tell me that just because of the color of my skin. I would never, never allow it because how I carry myself, how I dress, and everything, it was not a choice. It was that I was called, I was chosen. He made me like this. The Most High made me like this. Okay? And so when I just think about how, I used to just be this person that used to like have this Puerto Rican flag and just, swing it around. And Rose will always tell me, like, that's an oppressive culture. That's an oppressive culture. Like, you don't understand. They oppress your people. Like, and I'm looking at him like, but I love who I am. And I know who I am in Yah. But it was so real for me after literally listening to those albums. Like, it was so real, so real.
Definitely. Because of the mixing down and everything, the intentional mixing down was to create people that were just oblivious and dumb. So you just read the letters, share the letters, and we're gonna go across some letters, most high willing, this week. All right, so we're going to rehash this conversation and we're going to bring it right back on open because it needs to be discussed. All right. So, with all that being said, if you can, you will. We got 10 people in the chat, which is perfectly fine for me. I hope more people come on in. If you can, like, share. It only takes a couple moments, couple seconds. Um, Definitely. Let's see here. Yep, there we go. All praise to the Most High Yahuwah. Ahaya bless you for tuning in. Holy hip hop, Hebrew hard music, red letter raps. Praise Yahuwah. Like, share, and subscribe. All right. So, outside of that, if you can and you will, family, please bow your heads with us. We're going to go ahead and pray on in and get right on into the reading. All right. Abu Yahuwah, Most High Yah of Yasharal, Most High Yah of Abaraham, of Yatasa, and Yaquab. We want you, Elohim of all creation, creator of all the heavens and earth and everything within. Yahuwah, Sabaoth. Abba, we come humbly before your throne, thanking you for this day, thanking you for this chance to learn, this chance to dig in deep. Abba, we continually ask forgiveness of our sins and iniquities, those things known and unknown, and the sins and iniquities of our ancestors and forefathers. We repent. Abba, if there's something that we need to repent for and turn from, please expose it to us. Reveal it to us. If it's an issue between you and I, or us and you, any one of us, please reveal it to us. That way we can properly repent and turn from this sin or turn from this iniquity, turn from this bad habit, this thing that keeps you at a distance from us. We ask that you will continually give us your understanding, allow your Holy Spirit, your Rawakah Hakodash, to not only dwell in this house, but every household watching. And we ask that what we're about to read and go through is you give us the discernment and understanding to receive what we're supposed to take with us and understand and keep it a part of our daily understanding and help us discern what we should reject What should we cast aside and say, nah, I'm not having it? So, in your holy, righteous, and mighty name, in the name of your Son, we also pray. Amen. Hallelujah.
Amen. Hallelujah.
All right, family. So, yeah.
Can I just say something? So I don't, and Rose can, if he chooses, he can correct me or elaborate more. But I know some of you, when you hear Rose pray, he'll say Yahuwah in your name, and then he'll say, and in your son's name. And just in case you have questions about that or you're wondering that, so we know that we do acknowledge Yahushua, Yahushai, whatever language you refer to the Messiah, we acknowledge him also as the Word of Yah. And we are just having Yah reveal to us more history. Um, Now, fortunately for Rawls, he was not indoctrinated like many of us have been indoctrinated. But we know that Scripture says that you cannot get to the Father unless you go through the Son, and we also know that when we pray, it says to pray in the Son's name. But we also know that a lot of this understanding and interpretation was also given to us by Eurocentric indoctrination.
Thanks.
And we're still seeking Abiyah to give us revelation on what what was literally what taught to us and exposed to us was really from Abiyah speaking through that person teaching the assembly and what was really part of cemetery school and this Eurocentric indoctrination. So to make sure that we esteem Abba Yahuwah because he is the only one living Elohim, we want to give him honor. And then in the prayer, we also want to acknowledge that we need to acknowledge our big brother, his son, Yahweh. And so that's why you hear those things. We're still seeking revelation and we don't want to be in error with the Most High.
Thanks. So, last week we went through Watchers and their carnivorous sons. And that was a blessing to go through. And this week we're going to go through 5 conflicting systems of worship in the Old Testament. So this right here is something I think that we all should strap our seatbelts in for because I have not read this yet. I like to try to go through a lot of this stuff right along with y'all, at the same time. So that way we're all reading and learning at the same time. I really do I would like to move this thing, customize toolbar.
Can I just say something
Oh my
else?
goodness, babe.
I just want to say just one more thing too. So anything that you hear, anything you have questions with, always bring it to Abiyah. Um, and remember, family, to eat in so many pieces, so many people's table, and ask so many questions without going to Yah and just being still, it leads to confusion. Especially if you don't even really know people, you don't really know the fruits other than what they're showing. Okay, seek Abba for revelation of things.
Every time.
And one more thing, and then I'm leaving. Then I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Discern the spirit on yourselves, because if you're feeling pulled and convicted on something, and then you're gonna go ask people a question, right? Or several people questions. Make sure that you're not asking because you want them to appease your flesh. Because you heard something that maybe you're having difficulty stopping doing. Make sure that you're not looking for people to keep you in a place where Abba Yah is trying to pull you out of.
That's facts.
Okay, because for us to grow in Him in knowledge and to align with His Spirit, His understanding, so we could be the gods that He said that we are. Okay, we have to be uncomfortable. We have to be stretched. So it's one thing to seek for understanding. Okay, someone like a person like yourself, but discern the spirit on you. Are you seeking to understand, or are you seeking to appease, staying where you at?
Mm. Very
Okay, all
good. That was
right.
very, very
You
good.
see, you
All
see.
right, all praises. All right, so family, 5 conflicting systems of worship in the Old Testament. So let's get on to it. So for a long time now, the adherents of Pharisaic Judaism. For those of y'all that don't know, let's go ahead and look up Pharisaic. All right. Let's go ahead and get the dictionary definition for this. So that way we truly understand what's going on here. Coming right out the bat with the dictionary. So Pharisaic. So Pharisaic is relating to or characteristic of the Pharisees or Phariseeism. So what does it mean to be a Pharisee even? So that's pretty wide or broad. So Pharisee meaning a member of an ancient Jewish sect distinguished by strict observance to the traditional and written law and commonly held to have pretensions to superior sanctity, a self-righteous person, a hypocrite. Now, see, that really doesn't make a whole lot of sense. The only reason why we get this whole hypocrite is because what they were doing is they were talking Torah in the day in public, but practicing Babylonian Talmud in private. And so they were really, backbiters, a brood of serpents, a brood of vipers, like Hamashiach said, right? But to have a strict observance to the traditional and written law, the traditional law and written law, and commonly held to have pretensions. So these pretensions is a claim or assertion of a claim to something, an aspiration or claim to a certain status or quality, the use of affectation to impress. All right. So that's pretty wide open too, because for the most part, we're supposed to be strict to the law. And we're supposed to have these pretensions as a claim or assertion of a claim because we know who we are. All right. So not only do we know who we are, we know what we practice. This is exactly what Hamashiach was talking about. So there's a twist in this Pharisaic term. And that twist is to talk Torah in the day and in public, but to practice Babylonian Talmud as a hypocrite, to not follow the law, to say you follow the law, but you don't follow the law, to persecute by the law, but you don't even follow that law. All right. So that's what we truly need to understand about what a Pharisee is, or Pharisaic Judaism. All right. Other than that, to have a strict adherence to the law is good. All right. So let's go right back to it. For a long time now, the adherents of Pharisaic Judaism, Christendom, and Islam have acknowledged the bloody sacrificial system as part of Mosaic code, originally sanctioned and implemented by Elohim himself. So, already in the first sentence, we are told that for a long time, being strictly adherent to Judaism or Christendom and Islam, they've all acknowledged the bloody sacrificial system as part of the Mosaic Code. What are we talking about? We're talking about the book of Leviticus. We're talking about even parts of Exodus. The killing and slaughtering of the lamb, to smear its blood all over your doorposts. But later we're told that we're not supposed to kill, and we're not supposed to even handle dead carcasses, nor are we supposed to handle blood, because life is in the blood. So there's some things that are back and forth, and we've been conditioned to think about these things one kind of way. And that way is to make excuses for it. And so let's get right back on into the book right quick. So this Mosaic Code originally sanctioned and implemented by the Most High himself. That's what we all been thinking, right? So very few realize the fact that Hamashiach, his apostles, and the earliest believers called Nazarenes, who were later known by their derogatory name, Ebionites, commonly referred to as Jewish Christians, rejected the sacrificial commands as false pericopes and uninspired interpolations. So once again, what is a pericope? Let's do this. Define pericope. So a pericope is an extract from a text, especially a passage from the Bible. Once again, a pericope is an extract from a text, especially a passage from the Bible. So let's reread that. Ebionites were not the first, or let's see here. The Ebionites, commonly referred to as Jewish Christians, rejected the sacrificial commands as false pericopes, as false extracts of text in the scripts. Now, and they also said uninspired interpolations. What is interpolations? Interpolations are the insertion of something of a different nature into something else. Definition number 2, a remark interjected in a conversation. Okay? So the first one, once again, an interpolation is the insertion of something of a different nature into something else, meaning that this doctrine doesn't fit, but we're going to shove it in there anyway. The nature of this idea doesn't line up, but we're going to shove it in anyway. And what does that do? That causes confusion. That's exactly what interpolations do. When someone interjects or makes a remark into a conversation that does not fit the conversation, it changes the context. It changes the understanding. Therefore, it brings confusion to what you're reading and what you're trying to understand. So once again, for the last time before we move on to the next sentence, these Ebionites here, by their derogatory name given to them by the Roman Catholic Church, commonly referred to as Jewish Christians, rejected the sacrificial commands as false understandings, false scriptures, and uninspired conversation in the scriptures. I've just made that contemporary for you. Uninspired interpretations of confusion. So once again, an interpolation is the insertion of something of a different nature into something else. So all I did was made that contemporary as I read that sentence. Once again, so let's move on. Ebionites were not the first to regard the sacrificial system as interpolations. They're not the first ones to think like this. The Nazarenes and Essenes of the pre-Christian times displayed the same tendencies. They themselves rejected the sacrificial cult as not authentic and also abstained from eating any kind of animal flesh. The true prophets of Israel, or Yasharal, also entertained this view. Once again, the true prophets like Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, and others, Daniel, as a matter of fact, Dawid, or Dawad, King David, also rejected this notion of animal sacrifice. Therefore, he wrote it inside of Psalms. So, Jeremiah in particular regarded the sacrificial rites as interpolation by the lying pen of scribes. When we carefully study the Bible, we come to a realization that it actually contains 5 systems of religious worship, each one supposedly sanctioned by the true Elohim. So these texts were originally written by independent writers representing the view of different Yahudim sects, because I can't let that slide as a word that we're going to use. Yahudim sects, which were later fused by Ezra, the priest and scribe of Yehuda. These texts are not preserved in their original form, but have actually undergone certain corrections, deletions, and interpolations. So let's make this contemporary. What happened here? So not only did Jeremiah, but also Ezra also rejected and had something to say about this whole animal sacrifice bit. But what they're saying here is that all these understandings, these texts were originally written by independent writers representing the view of different Yahudim sects, which were later fused by Ezra. So Ezra brought everybody together and said, "Now, family, this is what it is." Now, when did that happen? It's in the book of Ezra. When the Persians, the Medes and Persians, sought after Ezra that he should teach the Torah to their people, so that way they could follow the law, statutes, commandments, and judgments of the Most High as well, because they realized that the wisdom of the Most High is unlike any other, and that it is beneficial to obey this law, obey the Most High statutes, apply the law to every situation in your life. That's what the statutes are. It dictates and depicts the condition of man, or the condition of mankind. So you are to apply the law to every situation of your life. That's what the statutes are. So once again, Ezra had to bring everybody back together, and say, "Now, family, this is what the real deal is of all of this understanding of the Torah." When you go through the scriptures of Ezra, first and second Esdras, or when you go through all these scriptures that have Ezra's name on it, you realize that Ezra was a Torah master. Torah master. He could recite every book to you, line for line. So let's keep it moving. Now, these texts that Ezra, had written that bring all this understanding back together, the author here is saying that these texts are not preserved in their original form, but have actually undergone certain corrections. I mean, somebody tampered with the writings of Ezra that was inspired by the Most High. Deletions and interpolations have occurred. So by carefully and through study, it is possible to trace each independent system throughout the writings of the Bible. One system prescribes Jerusalem and its temple as the only centralized shrine where all the tribes of Yasharal were required to present their bloody sacrifices and burnt offerings. Let's go ahead and get this down to about 170. All right, so In the same place, they were to celebrate 3 annual festivals: the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the Pentecost, which we know that is Shavuot, and the Feast of Tabernacles. This religious system was embraced and propagated by the Aaronid or Aaronide priests. So the sons of Aaron, or the Aaron priesthood, descended from Aaron through Eleazar and Phinehas. The rabbis of Judaism likewise embraced this system during the Second Temple period. The Christian church also recognizes the temple Solomon built as the only authentic house of Yahuwah, where all sacrificial rites occurred, foreshadowing the supreme and divine sacrifice of Hamashiach. So, for those of y'all that don't know, all of these sacrifices and things all throughout scripture, and all of these customs, as far as like Passover, Feast of Unleavened Bread, Shavuot, the Feast of Tabernacles, all of these feast days and rites and rituals that were practiced, the author is saying, just as we've also been taught by some of our well-esteemed teachers, have said and told us and taught us that all of these different rites and rituals and things that we would continually do as tradition that the Most High have bestowed on us through his commandments, that all of these are foreshadowing or are a foreshadowing of the sacrifice or the divine sacrifice of Hamashiach. So what do I mean by this? Let me give you an example. So we have where the priests in Leviticus would place all the sins on one goat and send that goat out to the wilderness, to Azazel. Ascribe all sin unto this thing and let Azazel have that goat. Whereas the other one they would give as a burnt offering. And so we have a lot of different symbolisms where, like, let's see here, the red sash was to be placed on one of these goats, and then I think that was where all the sin was ascribed to it, and then there would be it would stick it inside of a thorn bush or whatever, so it couldn't get away. So that symbolizes the crown of thorns. All of these different symbolisms, once again, as a foreshadowing the supreme and divine sacrifice of Hamashiach. This is the things that we've been passed down as tradition to understand. So the second system prescribes Mount Ebal or Mount Gerizim in the Samaritan version of the Pentateuch as the only authentic shrine where all the sacrificial rites and annual fests were to occur. The next system prescribed the tabernacle, which was supposedly constructed by Moses in the desert, as the only authentic place where all types of sacrificial rites were to take place. Even the animals which were to be consumed by people, not the people, but consumed by people, had to be slaughtered on the altar at the entrance of the tent of meeting. The blood was to be poured upon the altar. This system condemned anyone who killed an animal anywhere else but the place where the altar for sacrifices stood in front of the tabernacle. And these are facts. We read all of these things right here on Red Letter Rap, going through Leviticus, going through Numbers, going through Deuteronomy, and some of these things were actually in Exodus as well. But the majority of these were actually discussed and written in Leviticus. So the fourth system rejects the centralized shrine and instead prescribes the local worship on the high places, called Bamath in Hebrew. This system recognized many places where the sacrificial altar was to be erected. At all these places where altars were erected, it is lawful to perform sacrificial rites and the slaughtering of animals for human consumption. The fifth system rejects all other systems of worship. It rejects the sacrificial rites as not authentic. So before I keep on running, I'll run off at the mouth and keep reading right here. So we have one system back here that says that not only could you sacrifice animals in front of the temple or in front of the tabernacle at that altar, there was another system that said, okay, well, you can go to high places and erect an altar there of hewn stone. You can't chisel it, you can't cut it with any iron object. You can just put all the stones together and form an altar, and then you are able to put this altar up in high places and for animal sacrifice for human consumption. So anybody could go up there and just kill an animal and cook it on up and then bring it back to the family. So, or to whoever they were trying to cook for as a meat offering. So that's another a system that's in the scripts. Now, at all these places where altars were erected, it is lawful to perform sacrificial rites and the slaughtering of animals for human consumption. I just spoke on that. Now, the fifth system rejects all other systems of worship. It rejects the sacrificial rites as not authentic. The last system in the scripts that you rarely see, but it is there. These are the systems that the prophets spoke on, and everybody just schmoozes right past them as though they was never spoken, as though it was never said. That the prophets just don't know what the heck they're talking about. Because we got back here in Leviticus, we got what's clean and unclean meat. We can go ahead and get this yardbird going, baby. You know what I'm saying? Sitting there, fiending for it. You know what I mean? But the prophets spoke against these things. And so remember in Jubilees in the first chapter, the Most High said that he was going to send witnesses unto Yasharal that were going to witness against Yasharal for their wickedness. But the people would not hear. And in fact, that they would kill them. In First Esdras, we see how the wicked kings of Yasharal during Nebuchadnezzar's reign, when he came in and started snatching up, Israelites and start taking, or sons of King David, and taking them back into Europe, into Babylon, he instilled some wicked kings in power, or left them in power. Some of them he took back to Spain and Portugal, as what we get from some of our historians that show us that Nebuchadnezzar placed sons of King David in Spain and Portugal. So Nebuchadnezzar was a heathen king. He was a Gentile king. And this is all you can see all of this in First Esdras. And so we also get how in First Esdras, how that the people also made fun of the prophets at that point in time. And they killed them for sport, mocked them for sport. This is during Ezra's time. Not only during Ezra's time, this is also during Daniel's time. You got to look back in the scripts and you see when Nebuchadnezzar took our people in captivity. Let's see here. Jeremiah was being written at this point, or not being written, but experienced. The book of Jeremiah is being experienced here. Daniel's being experienced here. Ezra is being experienced here. Esther is being experienced here. And there's probably a couple other books that I'm forgetting off the top of my head, but there are multiple books that are being experienced at this point in time and then written about later. So let's get back to it. The fifth system rejects all other systems of worship. It rejects the sacrificial rites as not authentic. It claims that the bloody sacrifices and burnt offerings were interpolations by the lying pen of scribes. It rejects the claim that sacrifices were offered to the true Elohim during 40 years the Israelites or Yasharalites wandered through the desert. It rejects the idea that the true Elohim implemented the sacrificial system after he led the Israelites out of Mizraim, Egypt. It plainly reveals that the Most High Elohim actually abhorred the sacrificial rites. In order for you to realize this fact, it is essential to closely examine the biblical texts related to these sacrificial systems. For only then will you be able to see that they fundamentally contradict each other. By the time you finish reading this book, you will become aware that the Bible, as we have it, is not infallible as the Christian church claims. You will also realize that the original true religion implemented by the Most High was radically different from the Pharisaic Judaism, Islam, and traditional Christianity. So, these are very powerful claims, family. Please share this right now. Tell people that we live and we going through these things, and have them rewind. We'll fast forward actually just until up a little bit ago, so that way they can see these things and see the breakdown of what we just got done reading before we go into what we have now is the centralized worship. All right, so let's go ahead and get it on in. The adherents of normative Judaism. So what is normative Judaism? Let's go ahead and pull this definition on up. Normative Judaism. Okay, thus, although there is an esoteric tradition in Judaism, and then it's funny that right here it says Kabbalah, rabbinic scholar Max Kudishin has characterized normative Judaism as normal mysticism because it involves everyday personal experiences of God through ways or modes that are common to all Jews. So if you were to go into your Google search or even your Google dictionary and you would say normative Judaism, this is what you're going to find. All right, that's what I just got done reading. So the adherents of normative Judaism, aka Jewish mysticism or Judaic mysticism, goodness gracious, claim that the book of Deuteronomy sanctions Jerusalem and its temple built by Solomon as the only recognized and authentic centralized shrine for worship and sacrificial rites. So a lot of people are saying this is the only place that we was allowed to sacrifice animals at. And a lot of y'all that are in this awakening right now have heard many of our people say we can't keep all of the law because we don't have a temple to sacrifice at, right? Put a one in the chat if you heard this many a times. We can't follow all the law because we don't have a temple to sacrifice at. So once again, put a one in the chat if you heard that. Put a two if you never heard that before. That we can't keep all of the law because we don't have a temple to sacrifice animals at. All right. Got two so far. Well, 2 ones thus far, those that want to participate. So, but this is one of the things that we get in this centralized worship system, that only at Solomon's temple, the temple that was built by Solomon, could we authentically, sacrifice animals at that temple. So now, Cynthia Kelly says she heard it as well. So now we go on to say, destroy completely all the places on the high mountains and on the hills and under every green tree where the nations you are dispossessing worship their Allahims. Break down their altars, smash their sacred stones, and burn their wooden poles in the fire. Cut down the idols of their Allahims and wipe out their names from those places. You must not worship Yahuwah, your Allahim, in their way, but you are to seek the place Yahuwah, your Allahim will choose from among all your tribes to put his name there for a dwelling. To that place you must go. There bring your burnt offerings and sacrifices, your tithes and special gifts, what you have vowed to give, and your free will offerings, and the firstborn of your herds and flocks. There in presence of Yahuwah, your Allahim, you and your families shall eat and shall rejoice in everything you have put your hand to, because Yahuwah, your Allahim, has blessed you. But you will cross the Jordan and settle in the land Yahuwah, your Allahim, is giving you as an inheritance, and he will give you rest from all your enemies around you, so that you will live in safety. Then to the place Yahuwah, your Allahim, will choose as a dwelling for his name. There you are to bring everything I command you, your burnt offerings and sacrifices, your tithes and special gifts, and all the choice possessions you have vowed to Yahuwah. And there rejoice before Yahuwah, your Allahim, you, your sons and daughters, your men servants and maid servants, and the Levites from your towns, who have not allotted or inheritance of their own. Be careful not to sacrifice your burnt offerings anywhere you please. Offer them only at the place Yahuwah will choose in one of your tribes. There you shall offer your burnt offerings. This comes from Deuteronomy 12, verses 2 through 14. So, if you paid very close attention, the Most High throughout these scriptures speaks through Masha and says to go to all the high places, the groves and the valleys, everywhere that these nations have put their altars and sacrificed to their fake and false gods. You're to destroy their altars, tear them down, burn their Asherah poles in the fire. Don't sacrifice your animals in that place where you have found these altars, in these high places. Once again, destroy completely all the places on the high mountains and on the hills and under every green tree where the nations you are dispossessing worship their Allahim. Sarah Deer is saying, don't put your altars in any of these places. And as it says further inside here, only build an altar in the place where the Most High told you to put one altar per tribe in that land or in that place. And there you can sacrifice your animals, or sacrifice your sacrifices, or bring your offerings and sacrifices, your tithes and special gifts, and all the choice possessions you have vowed to Yahuwah. All right. And it says, not only that, be careful not to sacrifice your burnt offerings anywhere you please. Offer them only at the place Yahuwah will choose in one of your tribes. There you shall offer your burnt offerings. So that's one system right there, to destroy all the altars of the enemy, of the people that were dispossessing and only build one altar in one place, and we can't sacrifice our animals anywhere and everywhere we just feel like it. All right, so that's one system right there, described in the scriptures, Deuteronomy 12 and 2 through 14. So now, here we find the contrast between the system of Canaan and that of Judaism. The Canaanites erected stone pillars and wooden poles beside the altars on the high places where they worshiped their Elohims with bloody sacrifices. Oh, not only are we to do it this certain kind of way, but we're also told right here, you must not worship Yahuwah your Elohim in their way. So all these these altars and stuff that they sacrifice their animals and whatnot to their Elohims, their fake false gods, the Most High said we're not to be sacrificing like them. You must not worship the Most High like they worship their fake false gods. But as you continue reading this, it's saying to still do just that, sacrificing in the same manner for the most part. Now, there are some different little stipulations that we saw in Leviticus to where certain animals you had to, decapitate them and pour their blood out on certain sides of the altar. All right. So let's keep it moving though. So the Canaanites erected stone pillars and wooden poles besides the altars in the high places where they worshiped their fake false gods, this lowercase g, with bloody sacrifices. The Israelites, in contrast, were to have one centralized shrine, according to the Deuteronomic text. You must not sacrifice the Passover in any town Yahuwah your Elohim gives you, except in the place where he will choose as a dwelling for his name. There you must sacrifice the Passover. That's Deuteronomy 16 and 5 through 6. So everybody that wants to sacrifice their Passover in anywhere they feel like it, the Most High told us in Deuteronomy, no, you can't do that. So this is one of the reasons why we get people to say, nah, we can't even follow the law all the way because, you know what I'm saying, we can't sacrifice, we don't got a temple. But even in this land of captivity, we're still, saying, okay, well, at least I'm trying to practice this animal sacrifice right here. So that way, when we do go home back in our own land and we have our temple again, then we can go ahead and re-observe it at that place. That's what I've heard them things before. So if you've heard that as well, that we're at least trying to practice, we can Allen Iverson this thing all night. We're at least trying to practice this animal sacrifice in the land of this captivity, even in our own backyards, our own places where we so choose, not where the Most High put his name on, but, in where we choose. So that way, when we get back home, we can get to the place where the Most High choose and we can continue this practice. If you've heard it, any bit of kind of like that, put a 1 in the chat. Put a 2 if you never have heard anything like that. But, at least we're practicing. If you heard at least we're practicing, put a 1 in the chat. Because we're trying to practice this right here, animal sacrifice thing for Passover. So that way, at least when we get back, we can continue this practice. But see, the scripture says not to do that. Deuteronomy 16 and 5 through 6 says, you must not sacrifice Passover. And that's fine if you haven't heard that. Okay, that's cool. I ain't tripping. You already know this is a safe place. If you have, you have. If you haven't, you haven't. We're just trying to understand. It's all to the good. Ain't nobody condemning nobody around here. We don't do that. So you must not sacrifice the Passover in any town Yahuwah, your Elohim, gives you, except in the place that he will choose as a dwelling for his name. There you must sacrifice the Passover. That's Deuteronomy 16 and 5 through 6. So be sure to set aside a tenth of all your fields' produce each year. Eat the tithe of your grain, new wine and oil, and the firstborn of your herds and the flocks in the presence of Yahuwah your Elohim at the place where he will choose as a dwelling for his name, so that you may learn to revere Yahuwah your Elohim always. But if that place is too distant and you have been blessed by Yahuwah, your Elohim, and cannot carry your tithe because the place where Yahuwah will choose to put his name is so far away, then exchange your tithe for silver and take the silver with you and go to the place Yahuwah, your Elohim, will choose. Use the silver to buy whatever you like: cattle, sheep, wine, or fermented drink, and anything you lust for. Then you and your household shall eat there in the presence of Yahuwah your Elohim and rejoice. This is Deuteronomy 14 and 22 through 26. So we're seeing some of these things again. So we have two people that said they've never heard that last one before about keeping up with the practice just for practice sake. We have two people that have heard of this, keeping up with the practice just for practice sake, so that when we get back in the land, we can resume this practice properly. All right. So 3 times a year, all your men must appear before Yahuwah, your Elohim, at the place he will choose, at the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the Feast of Weeks, and the Feast of Tabernacles. This is Deuteronomy 16 and 16 from the World English Bible. So, undoubtedly, these texts of Deuteronomy insist on a centralized shrine, right? They're all saying in the place where the Most High shall put his name upon it, that's what we're going to do these sacrifices at. That's what these scriptures are saying. A centralized place, aka centralized worship center. So later we find Solomon and other writers claim that these texts applied to the choosing of Jerusalem and the temple he built. We shall see that Solomon claimed that no city or tribe was chosen until the tribe of Yehudah was chosen in the days of Dawid, or in the days of David. Others used these texts to sanction their shrines at Shiloh, Bethel, Mizpah, Gilgal, Nod. They did this despite the fact that the Deuteronomic source plainly names the chosen place as Mount Ebal and its adjacent Mount Gerizim. The Deuteronomic source demands that all tribes go to the place Yahuwah will choose. This is to be done even if the place is too distant. The Israelites were to convert their property into silver and then go to the chosen place. These texts expressly forbid them to present sacrifices and burnt offerings in any place that they choose. They were also expressly forbidden to sacrifice the Passover lamb anywhere but in the place Yahuwah was to sanctify. The following texts plainly reveal that the tribe of Yehudah understood these Deuteronomic texts and sanctioned Jerusalem as its temple as the only authorized central shrine. So, this is important right here. Right here. These following texts that he's getting ready to say or bring on up, the following texts plainly reveal that the tribe of Yehudah understood these Deuteronomic texts to sanction Jerusalem and its temple as the only authorized central shrine. So why do I bring this back on up? What are you doing? Why are you talking about Joe? Yo. I think that had to have been an accident of some sort because he didn't say nothing or do nothing wrong. Hey Joe, if you still in there, man, hey man, hang tight with us. All right? That had to have been an accident. Right. Cam 2 said it was an accident. All right. Hang tight with us, all right. So why do I highlight this and bring this on up? So when you go to Jeremiah chapter 8, and Jeremiah is laying out who sanctioned the lying hand of the scribe. Right here. Yehuda. Remember in Genesis 49 that the Most High said that or spoke it through Yasharal, aka Yaqub, aka Yaakov, aka Jacob, that the scepter of rulership shall never depart from Judah. So Judah is truly supposed to be in charge of all of the tribes as the rulership, the royal house. And so the royal house sanctioned the lying hand of the scribe. So let's keep it moving. When Solomon had finished the temple of Yahuwah and the royal palace, he had succeeded in carrying out all that he had in mind to do in the temple of Yahuwah and in his own palace. Yahuwah appeared to him at night and said, I have heard your prayer and have chosen this place for myself as a temple for sacrifices. When I shut up the heavens so that there is no rain, or command locusts to devour the land, or send a plague among my people, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land. Now my eyes will be open and my ears attentive to the prayers offered in this place. The prayers offered in this place. I have chosen and consecrated this temple so that my name may be there forever. My eyes and my heart will always be there. 2 Chronicles 7 and 11 through 16. So let's see this, just a little piece of this one more again. So the Most High is already saying that when I shut up the heavens so that there is no rain. If there's no rain, then how you going to grow your crops? Or command locusts to devour the land. Or command locusts to devour the land, eating up our crops. or send a plague among my people, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land. So these are very important pieces in these scriptures that we read so often or have read or heard read so often, but we don't apply context and understanding to these intricate parts in these scriptures about what the Most High is saying, that is where our diet is or where our source for sustenance is. We don't pay attention enough. And we allow people to run us astray from the whole entire context, unfortunately. So this text plainly states that Yahuwah exclusively chose and consecrated the temple Solomon built on Mount Moriah in Jerusalem as the temple for sacrifices. It further claims that Yahuwah would dwell and place his name in this temple forever. Obviously, the author was unaware that the temple was going to be desecrated twice and finally destroyed. Otherwise, he would have not claimed that Yahuwah would forever be present within its walls. Rehoboam, the son of Solomon, was 41 years old when he was crowned king. He ruled 17 years in Jerusalem, the city Yahuwah had chosen out of all the tribes of Yasharal in which to put his name. This is 1 Kings 14 and 21. Now, whoever wrote this text, he regarded Yehuda as the only authentic tribe in which Yahuwah chose to establish his name. Yehuda, Yahuwah. Yahuwah, Yehuda. So, whoever wrote this text, he regarded Yehuda as the only authentic tribe in which Yahuwah chose to establish his name. In this tribe alone, in Jerusalem more particularly, the temple Solomon constructed, all the tribes of Israel were required to take their burnt offerings and sacrifices along with all their other gifts and presents. In this place alone, the males of the tribes were required to present themselves 3 times a year. The temple in Jerusalem was to be the exclusive shrine for worship. When the prophet Ahijah or Ahijah or Ahijah or Ahijah, I say Ahijah, when the prophet Ahijah from Shiloh announced to Jeroboam that he was to become the king of the 10 tribes of Israel, he also told him that Yahuwah would make sure Rehoboam, the son of Solomon, would retain the rule over the tribe of Judah, or Yehuda. This was so that Dawad, or Dawid, would, or Daud, Daoid, would always have a lamp in the place where Yahuwah supposedly chose to establish his name. But he shall have one tribe for my servant David's sake, and for Jerusalem's sake, the city which I have chosen out of all the tribes of Yasharal. To his son will I give one tribe, that David, my servant, may have a lamp always before me in Jerusalem, the city which I have chosen me to put my name there. 1 Kings 11 and 32 and then 36. Again, the author had no idea that Jerusalem was going to be destroyed. Neither was he aware that David's dynasty was going to come to an end. He assumed that David would always have a descendant to rule in Jerusalem, but this was not to be. This author insisted that Jerusalem was to remain a chosen place of worship, even if David's descendants turn against Yahuwah and worship hinder Elohims. When Solomon deserted Yahuwah and became guilty of gross idolatry, he did not lose his throne because of supposed unconditional oath to Dawood. Rehoboam, his son, was also guilty of gross sins, but did not lose his throne because Jerusalem was supposedly eternal, invincible city where all the tribes were required to worship. The redactor explicitly states that even though the descendants of David or Dawood would practice idolatry, Yahuwah would not end their reign nor reject the temple and Jerusalem he chose to place his name. He walked in the ways of the kings of Yasharal, all the house of Ahab and had done, or as the house of Ahab had done, for he married a daughter of Ahab. He did evil in the eyes of Yahuwah. Nevertheless, for the sake of his servant Dawood, Yahuwah was not willing to destroy Yehudah. He had promised to maintain a lamp for Dawood and his descendants forever. 2 Kings 8:18 through 19. He committed all the sins his father had done before him. Nevertheless, for Dawood's sake, Yahuwah his Elohim gave him a lamp in Jerusalem by raising up a son to succeed him and by making Jerusalem strong. This is from 1 Kings 15:3 through 4. So we're still continuing with this understanding that the house of Yehudah knew the rules and were supposed to enforce the rules because they are the royal house, the kingship, the scepter of rulership. So they were to work hand in hand with the priesthood and making sure that things were done properly. So here we go. Yahuwah supposedly ignored gross idolatry and horrible abominations of Dawood's descendants in order to preserve Jerusalem and its temple forever. So once again, the key word is supposedly. So Yahuwah supposedly ignored gross idolatry and horrible abominations. If these texts are genuine, and if Yahuwah indeed swore to Dawood that he will always have a son to rule in Jerusalem, the chosen city, how is it then that Jerusalem was destroyed and that the Davidic dynasty became extinct? It is obvious to me that these claims are either spurious and interpolations by the lying pen of scribes, or the lying pen of the scribes, or else they were written by the original author who was led to believe and practice the false religious system. Yahuwah supposedly rejected Eli and his descendants for some technical sin, while at the same time fully ignored the wicked abomination of David's descendants. These are good questions to ask and to understand when you're looking back at these scriptures. About these religious systems of sacrifice and whose job it was to make sure that things were done properly and to be an upstanding example. So we have, Solomon and some of his sons that went completely left and disgraced the throne by gross idolatry and other wicked abominations. But the what was written is that there would always be a son of David in rulership, no matter what. But that didn't happen. So, right here. And so, Yahuwah supposedly rejected Eli and his descendants for some technical sin, while at the same time fully ignored the wicked abominations of David's descendants. He rejected King Saul for minor mistakes, but ignored the wicked abominations of the kings of Yehuda and even David himself. We don't think about these things, family. We don't put none of these things into any kind of perspective, because I have to honestly say I didn't either. I didn't either. I never put two and two together on some of these things that are written here. And so let's keep it moving. But I'm just pointing these things out because the author is pointing these things out. And I'm like, you know what? I got to confess myself. Like I never, ever, ever put two and two together on these technicalities or these scriptures that were written. And so I never chalked it up to being an inconsistency. I never chalked it up to being the lying hand of a scribe. I never chalked it up like that. But when you start understanding that the lying hand of a scribe has happened, and then when you get to, like, once again, Jeremiah chapter 8, verses 1 through 7, he lays out who is responsible for the lying hand of the scribe all throughout scripture. Shalom to you always, D Nights. All right. So now please pay a special attention to the following text recording the very words of Solomon, or Shalomah. But I have built you a house of habitation and a place for you to dwell in forever. The king turned his face and blessed all the assembly of Yasharal. And all the assembly of Yasharal stood. He said, blessed be Yahuwah, the Elohim of Yasharal, who spoke with his mouth to Dawood my father, and has with his hands fulfilled it, saying, since the day that I brought forth my people out of the land of Mizraim, or Egypt, I chose no city out of all the tribes of Yasharal to build a house in, that my name might be there. Neither chose I any man to be prince over my people, Yasharal. But I have chosen Jerusalem, that my name might be there, and have chosen Dawood to be over my people in Yasharal. This is 2 Chronicles 6 and 2 through 6. So once again, family, we also have scriptures in 1st and 2nd Samuel where the Most High is telling the people, no, do not elect a king. I am your king. If you elect a human king over you, things is going to happen that you don't want to happen. I promise you. I'm telling you, don't do it. But since you want it, okay, you want to find out the hard way? Okay. Just like in Numbers, chapter 11. I told y'all to stay up off that yard bird. But y'all be here complaining. Y'all want this flesh so bad. Okay. Okay. Not 2 days, not 5 days, not 10, not 20, but 30. And I'm going to kill you with it. You want it so bad? Okay. I'm going to kill you with it. So you want a king so bad? Okay. And you're going to find out the hard way. What's going to happen to all of y'all for not keeping me as your king? Because I laid down the law for you. I gave you rules to live by. I gave you good food to live by, to live off of, in simplicity of things. But no, you want a human king to rule over you so that when he makes mistakes or his household makes mistakes that rules over you, all of y'all going to suffer because you trusted in a man. Just like I told Yosef not to do. Don't trust in no man. Trust in the Most High. It's that simple. All praises. So Cynthia Kelly says, wow, that's why we need the help of the Ruach HaKodesh to be able to rightly divide the truth. Facts. Facts. This is exactly what the scriptures are talking about, to rightfully divide the word of truth. Because if everything was true, what are we rightfully dividing? Why do we need to rightfully divide anything if everything is true? We have to have discernment. We have to pay attention to the word of the Most High that is consistent and true. So once again, we cannot allow anybody, I don't care who they are, we can't allow nobody to say that we should not read these scripts just because somebody tampered with them or multiple hands tampered with them. I don't care who tries to run that line or who tries to run that game. We must read these scriptures. We must understand. And we must pay attention to the word of the Most High that's consistent and true. Because that's where you're going to find salvation. That's where you're going to find deliverance. And that's where you're going to find peace. Peace that exceeds all understanding. All right? Because you'll understand. You'll know the truth. This is what Hamashiach said. You'll know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. All praise to the Most High Yah for bringing that full circle back around. All right? So, all praises. All praises. Let's keep it moving. So, if Solomon really made such a statement, and if other claims in the Bible are true, then Solomon credited Yahuwah with a false statement. He emphatically stated that since Yahuwah brought the Israelites out of Egypt, he never chose a city where he would establish his name. But this is simply not true, providing the next or the text in Jeremiah 7 and 2. Okay, hold on. Rewind. Misalaki. But this is simply not true, providing the text in Jeremiah 7 and 12 is correct. So right here it says, but go you now to my place, which is in Shiloh, where I caused my name to dwell at the first, and see what I did to it for the wickedness of my people, Yasharal. Interesting. Here we are plainly told that Shiloh, a city in the tribe of Ephraim, was first chosen, where Yahuwah established his name. We know from other scriptures that it was at the very temple of Shiloh that the boy Samuel served and was raised. We know that there was a temple there, for we are told that Eli sat beside the doorpost of Yahuwah's temple. This is 1 Samuel 1 and 3 and then 9. Some would want you to believe that this was not actually a built temple, but rather the tabernacle Mashah supposedly constructed in the desert. But this could not have been the case. The tabernacle was not destroyed at that time. It was in existence even in the days of David and Solomon. The temple of Shiloh, however, was destroyed because of people's wickedness. Yahuwah's threat to destroy the temple in Jerusalem, just as he destroyed the temple in Shiloh. He threatened to reject the tribe of Yehudah, just as he rejected the whole tribe of Ephraim. Jeremiah 7 and 14 through 15. The tabernacle in Shiloh was apparently erected in the days of Joshua or Yahusha. Yahusha 18 and 1, in the book of Judges, we are told that Jonathan and his sons served as priests in Dan all the time that the house of Elohim was in Shiloh. Judges 19 and 31. So if these texts are authentic, then the text preserving the speech of Solomon must be spurious. So what's he saying? If we have these other texts that are true about a previous temple that the Most High put his name there, this is where we were supposed to have these sacrifices at. Let's not lose context to what we're talking about here, because we're reading a whole bunch, all right? Or I'm reading a whole bunch. So the whole conversation is about a centralized place to sacrifice animals. And it was to be determined that the Most High would set his name upon that place. And in that place, we would have animal sacrifices. So the first temple was Shiloh. And that was supposed to be the place where we would have animal sacrifices. Jeremiah 7:14-5 lets us know that he threatened to destroy or reject the tribe of Yehuda. Now, up here, just a little bit further, in 1 Samuel, we know that there was a temple there in Shiloh because Eli sat beside the doorpost of Yahuwah's temple. But then we get the scriptures in 1 Kings and 2 Kings and Chronicles and such that dictate that Jerusalem was chosen as the city, and the temple that Solomon built was the place, was the real place that the Most High would dwell in forever. So that way we would sacrifice there. All right? So this is the context of what we're talking about. So let's keep it moving. So if these texts are authentic, then the text preserving the speech of Solomon was spurious, meaning it was not true. If the text faithfully preserved the speech of Solomon, then he must have either lied or was ignorant to the true facts. What true facts? The true facts that the temple was going to be destroyed and that the Davidic dynasty was going to be dispersed. That there was no longer going to be a son of King David in rulership in the house of Yasharal, or in the whole nation of Yasharal. Okay? That's what we're talking about here, as far as like not just the temple and the place of sacrifice, but this whole understanding that there's always going to be a king that is from the line of David in rulership in Jerusalem, always. So, right here in Psalm 78, Asaph states, so that he forsook the tent of Shiloh, the tent which he placed among men. Moreover, he rejected the tent of Joseph and didn't choose the tribe of Ephraim, but chose the tribe of Yehuda, Mount Zion, which he loved. He built his sanctuary like the heights, like the earth, which he has established forever. This is verses 60, 67, and then through 69. All right, from Psalm 78. According to this text, Yahuwah never chose the tribe of Ephraim, but rather the tribe of Yehuda. He deserted the temple of Shiloh and instead supposedly built the sanctuary, which is Solomon's temple, in Yehuda to endure forever. The Samaritans claim that the temple of Shiloh was established by Eli, the high priest, who deserted the original temple built at Shechem. The Bible itself reveals that indeed there was a sanctuary at Shechem even in the days of Yahusha or Joshua. Yahusha gathered, or Joshua gathered all the tribes of Yasharal to Shechem and called for the elders of Yasharal and for their heads, which would be their captains or their chiefs, and for their judges and for their officers, and they presented themselves before Elohim. Joshua wrote these words in the book of the law of Elohim, and he took a great stone and set it up there under the oak that was by the sanctuary of Yahuwah. So Joshua 24:1, and then verse 25 from the World English Bible. All this here. This text plainly states that there was a sanctuary at Shechem. It also reveals that a stone pillar and the oak were beside the sanctuary. We shall see later that the redactors sanctioning the tribe of Yehuda at the Temple of Jerusalem sternly condemned the practice of erecting stone pillars and wooden poles beside the altar or sanctuary. So, from Joshua 22, it is evident that the Israelites in his days regarded Shiloh as the sole centralized shrine, at which alone it was lawful to offer burnt offerings and perform other sacrificial rites. There, we are told that the tribe of Reuben, Gad, and half tribe of Manasseh built an altar in Geliloth near Jordan. When the other tribes learned of this, they assembled all their armies at the central shrine at Shiloh, intending to make war with Reubenites, Gadites, and Manasseh. Before attacking, however, the Israelites sent Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, along with 10 chieftains. Right, here's the script. So the Israelites sent Phinehas, son of Eleazar, the priest, to the land of Gilead, to Reuben, Gad, and the half-tribe Manasseh. With him they sent 10 chief men, one for each tribe of Yasharal, each the head of the family, division among the Israelite clans. When they went to Gilead, to Reuben, Gad, and to the half-tribe Manasseh, they said to them, the whole assembly of Yahuwah says, who could you break faith, or how could you break faith with Elohim or with the Elohim of Yasharal like this? How could you turn away from Yahuwah and build yourselves an altar in rebellion against him now? If you rebel against Yahuwah today, tomorrow he will be angry with the whole community of Yasharal. If the land you possess is defiled, come over to Yahuwah's land, where Yahuwah's tabernacle stands, and share the land with us. But do not rebel against Yahuwah or against us by building an altar for yourselves, other than the altar of Yahuwah, your Elohim. Then Reuben, Gad, and the half-tribe Manasseh replied to the heads of the clans of Yasharal, Elohim Yahuwah, he knows, and let Yasharal know. If this has been in rebellion or disobedience to Yahuwah, do not spare us this day. Or if we have built our own altar to turn away from Yahuwah and to offer burnt offerings and grain offerings, or to sacrifice fellowship offerings on it, may Yahuwah himself call us to account. No, we did it for fear that someday your descendants might say to ours, what do you have to do with Yahuwah, the Elohim of Yasharal? Yahuwah has made the Jordan a boundary between us and you Reubenites and Gadites. You have no share in Yahuwah. This is why we said, let us get ready and build an altar, but not for burnt offerings or sacrifices. On the contrary, it is to be a witness between us and you and the generations that follow, that we will worship Yahuwah at his sanctuary with our burnt offerings, sacrifices, and fellowship offerings. Then in the future, your descendants will not be able to say to ours, you have no share in Yahuwah. So we have some interesting things right here that, yes, we did read this, but when we read it this again, or read this again that much slower, it does make good sense. All right. The scripture says that the Jordan River separated them because some had crossed the Jordan River and others did not. So this tribe of Gad and Reuben and a portion of the half tribe Manasseh did not cross the Jordan. They stayed back on the other side of Jordan. And so they wanted to make sure that no other tribe would come over and say, what do you have to do with Yahuwah? You have no share with him. You're not on this side of the Jordan. All right? That makes good sense. But see, I don't think we ever looked at it like that. And that's why they built their altar. All right? So, and we said, if they ever say this to us or to our descendants, we will answer. Look at the replica of Yahuwah's altar, which our fathers built, not for burnt offerings and sacrifices, but as a witness between us and you. Far be it from us to rebel against Yahuwah and turn away from him today, and by building an altar for burnt offerings, grain offerings, and sacrifices, other than the altar of Yahuwah or Elohim that stands before his tabernacle. This is from Joshua 22 and 13 through 29. And what tabernacle was that? That tabernacle was the same one at Shiloh. So when Phinehas and the other chiefs heard their reply, they no longer spoke about going to war with their brothers. That's in verse 33. It is not possible to know for certain whether this text represents an actual historical event or whether it was a later gloss. What is clear, however, is the fact that the tribes at this point of history were fully convinced that no altar was to be erected anywhere in Yasharal apart from the one Mashah supposedly constructed in the desert. Only at this altar, which was placed at the entry of the Shiloh sanctuary, all the tribes were to present their bloody sacrifices. At this place alone, they were also to kill their fellowship sacrifices. The fellowship sacrifices consisted of partaking of animal flesh and holding community festivities. So, quick contemporary. So, all of these texts right here go and show to prove that there was an agreed centralized place and that you could not have your altar anywhere you wanted to. There could only be one altar for sacrifices. This means that the partaking, at the very least, the partaking of animal flesh could only be done at the temple, not anywhere you wanted to. So that's one understanding right there. So he goes on to say, whoever wrote Joshua 22 most certainly believed the text of Deuteronomy, or Deuteronomy 12, 14, and 16, as well as the text of Leviticus 17, where worship in the central shrine was enforced. He, however, was either ignorant or rejected the text of Exodus 20 and 24 through 25, which allowed building an altar in all the places Yahuwah was to choose. According to this text of Exodus, the tribes of Reuben, Gad, and Manasseh were at liberty to build an altar in Gelaloth, and present their bloody sacrifices there. This will become apparent later. So you might want to take these down, because Exodus 20 and 24 through 25 allowed anybody to build an altar. Oh my goodness, which allowed building an altar in all the places that Yahuwah was to choose. So that means there's more than one centralized place. So, all right, let's keep it moving though. Shalom to you always, Johan Duncan. Good to see you, all right? So, in 2 Chronicles chapter 6, Solomon did not only claim that Yahuwah never chose a tribe and a city prior to choosing Yehuda and Jerusalem, a claim that cannot be justified on the evidence presented. He also stated that Yahuwah never chose anyone to be the leader of Yasharal until he chose David, his father. This claim is at odds with other scriptures. According to certain texts of the Bible, Yahuwah chose Saul, the son of Kish, to be the king of Yasharal before David. It is claimed that Samuel, in fact, anointed Saul as king over the whole Yasharal. 1 Samuel 10 and 1. In order to accept the text of 2 Chronicles 6, we must discard all other texts in the Bible which contradict Solomon's claim. It is just not possible to accept all the conflicting views propagated by various authors and redactors in the Bible. We must make a choice and decide which texts are reliable and credible, in harmony with the perfect character of the true Elohim, and which are later gloss and lying interpolations. By the time you finish reading this book, the decision will not be all that difficult to make. So, once again, let's make it contemporary. So, what we have here is what he's pointing out. All these conflicting texts are basically pointing out different points where we have the lying hand of a scribe. And a lot of y'all have heard me say we also have First Maccabees 3 and 48 to contend with as well, because the heathen had also reached into the book of the law, the Sefer of the Torah, or the book of instructions, and sought to paint the likeness of his own images. So we have both of these things to contend with when it comes to accurate scripture and not accurate scripture. These are things that we have to pay attention to. And I pray that y'all get a chance to actually read some of these scriptures on your own and get to understanding this word for yourself. And like the scripture says, in all you're getting, get an understanding. And you're supposed to absolutely 100% seek the Most High for all understanding. Don't lean on your own understanding. Don't even lean fully on my understanding. Take everything that I'm saying even and take it to the throne. And if I'm wrong about something, by all means, bring back to me what it is that I'm wrong about and bring correction to me. That's perfectly fine to do so. You should be encouraged to do so if I'm giving you something incorrect. All right? Got to make sure I say these things. Got to make sure it's clear. This is a safe place ministry, a safe place Bible study, a safe place period. So that way we can all receive correction as we need it. None of us are perfect. We make mistakes. And if I ever make a mistake and need to be corrected, by all means, please hook your brother up. All right. Love you. Appreciate you. All right. So, the second portion of this, the centralized shrine of Mount Ebal. So, this is something to to have in certain consideration as well, because this Ebal here, and then we already know that we have different places throughout the scriptures where we are against Baal worship or Baal worshipers, Baal worshipers, or Baal worshipers, Ebal. Got to pay attention. We maybe have to research a little bit more, look a little deeper. So let's get it in. We have already seen that the descendants of Yehuda believed that Yahuwah chose the tribe of Yehuda and the temple of Jerusalem where to place his name in fulfillment of Deuteronomy 12, Deuteronomy 14, and Deuteronomy 16. We have also seen that others claim Shiloh to be the centralized shrine in fulfillment of the same text. The Samaritans, however, claimed that neither of these places were chosen by Yahuwah. They insisted that Mount Gerizim, adjoining or across the way from Mount Ebal, was the only legitimate central shrine where all sacrificial rites were to take place. To this day, they kill their Passover lambs in Shechem, which is modern Nablus, at the foot of Mount Gerizim. Their original temple, which once stood on Mount Gerizim or Gerizim, was destroyed by Jewish king John Hyrcanus, who were the Samaritans, and on the grounds do they claim that Mount Gerizim and not Jerusalem was the chosen place. So let's keep it moving. So Jews or Yahudims, or is this the Ish people? Let's keep on reading. Jews insist that the Samaritans were Gentiles who settled in the land of Yasharal when the 10 tribes were enslaved by the Assyrians. Samaritans, on the other hand, claim that they are legitimate descendants of Ephraim and Manasseh. In the New Testament itself, it is evident that Jews and Samaritans did not associate. The Samaritan woman told Mashiach that Jews claimed that the place of worship was in Jerusalem, while the Samaritans claimed that it was on Mount Gerizim or Gerizim. She stated that Jacob, Yaakov, whom she identified as their father, worshipped on Mount Gerizim. So we also, that's a whole nother thing right there, right? So where we have scriptures in the Second Testament talk about don't go unto the Samaritans, leave them people alone, leave them Samaritans alone. But the Samaritan woman claims straight out that Jacob, Yaakov, Yasharal was their father or their grandfather, great-grandfather. And that's how they spoke back then. That the male lineage was through their fathers. So they just call each grandfather or whatever father. So Hamashiach, however, rejected both Jerusalem and Mount Gerizim. He claimed that neither Jewish or neither Yahudim view nor the Samaritan view was pleased to Elohim. The true worshipers, said Mashiach, worship everywhere in spirit and truth, which is Rawakah and Anah, spirit and truth. Rawakah and Anah. So that's from John chapter 4. Believe it or not, the Samaritans likewise appealed to the book of Deuteronomy in order to prove that their shrine was the only legitimate centralized place for worship. They appealed to the following text. Behold, I set before you this day a blessing and a curse. The blessing, if you shall listen to the commandments of Yahuwah your Elohim, which I command you this day, and the curse, if you shall not listen to the commandments of Yahuwah your Elohim, but turn aside out of the way, out of the way, which I command you this day, to go after other Elohims, which you have not known. It shall happen when Yahuwah your Elohim shall bring you into the land where you go to possess it, that you shall set the blessings on Mount Gerizim, and the curse on Mount Ebal. Deuteronomy 11 and 26 through 30. So these are some scriptures to look at to make sure that we're understanding where are we to place blessings and where are we to place curses at. Now, I didn't even know that. I guess I must have missed that. That you shall put curses or set curses on a whole nother mount. That's interesting. I'm gonna have to go back and look at that, just my own sake. And I encourage y'all to do the same thing. I would say start back at the beginning of chapter 11 and read it all for context. That way you really truly understand what's being spoken here and why. Take your time with it. If you need to, break open the dictionary. I would absolutely encourage you to break open the Strong's Concordance, or to I would suggest getting a hardback concordance and try to find you an old one. You know what I'm saying? That way you don't have to worry about digital tampering, from certain other, concordances. I mean, you can try it, you can use it, and I pray that it works out for you, though. But I would try to get your hands on an old school. So please note that chapter 12 follows this text. The Samaritans claim that it is actually continuation of the thought expressed in chapter 11. However, there is an explicit text in Deuteronomy which plainly singles out Mount Ebal and Mount Gerizim as the only authentic places to worship and present sacrifices. It shall be on the day when you shall pass over the Jordan or the Yarden to the land which Yahuwah your Elohim gives you, that you shall set yourself up great stones and plaster them with plaster, and you shall write on them all the words of this law when you are passed over, that you may go in to the land which Yahuwah your Elohim gives you, a land flowing with milk and honey, as Yahuwah your Elohim, or the Elohim of your fathers, has promised you. And see, that's one thing I do remember, is that we're supposed to set up, big plaques of stone and write the law on these plaques of stone or these pillars of stone all over the place. So that way there's no excuse to not see the law almost everywhere you go. We had discussed that back then in Deuteronomy about how we're supposed to we're supposed to have the law on our doorposts, the law on our fence posts, and now also on these pillars and these plaques all over the community in various parts of the land, all over each tribe's land. Therefore, there's no excuse to not see nor know the law. So, there shall you build an altar to Yahuwah your Elohim, an altar of stones. You shall lift up no iron tool on them. You shall build the altar of Yahuwah your Elohim of uncut stones. And you shall sacrifice peace offerings and shall eat there. And you shall rejoice before Yahuwah your Elohim. You shall write on the stones all the words of this law very plainly. Deuteronomy 27, verses 2 through 8. So, In verse 12 and 13 of the same chapter, we are told that 6 of the tribes should stand on Mount Gerizim while they pronounce the blessings, and the other 6 should stand on Mount Ebal while they pronounce the curses. When the Israelites entered the land, Joshua, so it is claimed, actually built the altar according to the instructions of Mashah. Then Joshua built an altar to Yahuwah, the Elohim of Yasharal, in Mount Ebal, as Mashah, the servant of Yahuwah, commanded the children of Yasharal, as it is written in the book of the law of Mashah. An altar of uncut stones, on which no man had lifted up any iron, and they offered thereon burnt offerings to Yahuwah and sacrificed peace offerings. He wrote there on the stones a copy of the law of Mashah, which he wrote in the presence of the children of Yasharal. All Yasharal and their elders and officers and their judges stood on this side of the ark, and on that side before the priests, the Levites, who bore the ark of the covenant of Yahuwah, as well the sojourner as the native, half of them in front of Mount Gerizim, and half of them in front of Mount Ebal, as Mashah, the servant of Yahuwah, had commanded at the first, that they should bless the people of Yasharal. Afterward, he read all the words of the law, the blessing and the curse, according to all that is written in the book of the law. There was not a word of all that Moses commanded, or Mashah commanded, which Joshua, didn't read before all the assembly of Yasharal, and the women and the little ones and the sojourners who were among them. So that's Joshua 8 and 30 through 35. If we were to accept the Deuteronomic text, which prescribed the centralized national worship, we would have to admit that Mount Ebal and Mount Gerizim, with its altars, was the only authentic place where the sacrificial rites were to be performed. How and why the Shiloh was chosen is an enigma. Why the tribe of Yehudah rejected the altar of Mount Ebal is also an enigma. Joshua supposedly erected the shrine at Shiloh, forbidding anyone to erect another anywhere else. Yet the same Joshua supposedly erected the altar on Mount Ebal according to the instructions of Mashah. So that's one thing that I notice a lot of family is the renaming of locations. Like it'll have one name here and another name there. Or let's see here. We have Mount Sinai as being Mount Hermon or Mount Carmon. We also have it as being another mountain I can't remember off the top of my head right now, so I'm not going to sit here and try to tell a fib just to prove a point. Not going to happen. So let's go ahead and keep moving. Regardless, the issue that I see is that in the scriptures we get locations being named once, twice, and 3 times, or they'll have 3 separate meanings for their names, so they'll have 3 names for it. You know, that just kind of throws some things off there. So later, Prophet Samuel ignores the Deuteronomic text and supposedly sacrifices on high places of Bethel, Gilboa, Mizpah, and other towns. Prophet Elijah rejects the temple of Jerusalem and supposedly sacrifices on Mount Carmel, recognizing many altars of Yahuwah in the land of Yasharal and not Yehudah. Amos, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Hosea, and Micah all together rejected the shrine worship of any kind. So here is your list. Right here is your list. Go through the books of the prophets: Amos, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Hosea, and Micah. All together rejected shrine worship of any kind. All the texts which prescribe the sacrificial cult of any sort they regard as interpolations, claiming that the true Elohim never implemented it. This will be fully documented when we deal with the fifth system of worship, the system which flatly rejects the sacrificial cult. So, once again, the book of Amos, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Hosea, and Micah, they are all these prophets, is at least in their writings, completely reject the sacrificial cult of killing animals and consuming their flesh. All of them. So, the altar at the tent of meeting. This is another system. This will be the third system of worship in the Old Testament. According to the text of Exodus, Moshe was shown a pattern of the sanctuary of Yahuwah. He was instructed to erect the tent of meeting, or tabernacle, which was to consist of two apartments, the holy place and the most holy place. He was told to make an altar of acacia wood and overlay it with bronze. On this altar, all the sacrificial rites were to be performed. On the golden altar, which he was also instructed to make, the incense was to be burned perpetually. He was also to make a golden lampstand, the menorah, as well as all sort of utensils required for the sacrificial cult. The most holy object that was supposedly constructed in the desert was the Ark of the Covenant, which was overlaid with gold and whose lead was made of pure solid gold, or its lead was made of pure solid gold. This ark was to rest between two cherubim, which Moshe was to make of pure gold. This ark was called the throne of Yahuwah and the mercy seat. In it, Yahuwah lived. The cherubim creatures, were animals resembling bulls. They had human faces and long wings. On the Day of Atonement, the 10th of Jewish 7th month, or the Yahudim 7th month, the high priest was to enter the most holy place and sprinkle blood on the mercy seat in order to atone for the sin of his nation. Each day, morning and evening, the priests were to present a lamb as a perpetual sacrifice. This rite became known as the daily sacrifice. The tabernacle was erected on the first day of the first month in the second year after Exodus from Egypt. This comes from Exodus 40 and 17. The altar for burnt offerings and sacrifices was placed near the entrance to the tent of meeting, or the tabernacle of the conference, or the congregation, the tabernacle of the congregation. There, the priests kept performing the sacrificial rites. In 40 and 20, that's of Exodus right here. In Leviticus 17, we find the following clear instructions regarding the tent of meeting and its sacrificial altar. So, and here it goes. Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, "Speak to Aharon and to his sons, and to all the children of Yasharal, and tell them, This is the thing which Yahuwah has commanded, saying, whatever man there be of the house of Yasharal who kills an ox or lamb or goat in the camp, or who kills it outside of the camp, and hasn't brought it to the door of the tent of meeting to offer it as an offering to Yahuwah before the tent of Yahuwah, blood shall be imputed to that man. He has shed blood, and that man shall be cut off from among his people, to the end that the children of Yasharal may bring their sacrifices, which they sacrifice in the open field, even that they may bring them to Yahuwah, to the door of the tent of meeting, to the priest, and sacrifice them for sacrifices of peace offerings to Yahuwah. So let's slow down. Let's slow down one good moment here, because we just got done seeing that up here, whatever man there be of the house of Yasharal who kills an ox or lamb or goat in the camp, or who kills it outside of the camp, and hasn't brought it to the door of the tent of meeting to offer it as an offering to Yahuwah before the tent of Yahuwah, blood shall be imputed to that man. So I need y'all to also remember what is in Numbers chapter 16 and Numbers chapter 18. I believe it is Numbers chapter 18 where the Most High tells Aharon that the Levitical priesthood gets the remnant of every good thing off the altar. So this means that no matter where you kill an animal, if you don't bring it to the tent, if you don't bring it to the Levites and share it with them, because all of your sacrifices, even if it's, well, not the burnt ones. The burnt offerings are different. And in all the scriptures, they say the burnt offerings, nobody's eating that. It gets burnt to a crisp, ashes. But you also have sin offerings, which I believe may be burnt to a crisp and burnt to ashes. But your peace offerings, your free will offerings, your meat offerings, all of these are designed to feed someone else, you and another person. But everything outside of what you have offered between you and that person you may have sinned against, the Levitical priesthood gets the rest. Nobody else. It doesn't get shared with nobody else. And like I told y'all when we went through these scriptures then, those scriptures breed contention. When you put these things to clear, concise thought, critical thinking, when you apply critical thinking to those scriptures, they breed contention, because that means that only the Levitical priesthood gets to eat meat every day, all day. Every sacrifice that happens in Yasharal, the Levitical priesthood gets to eat, whereas everybody else, you can only feed somebody with a peace offering if you go out and kill or bring that animal to the tabernacle, kill it there, sprinkle its blood on the side that it belongs on, flay it right there, field dress it right there in front of the tabernacle, and then cook it up in front of, the Levitical priesthood, and put the parts where you're supposed to put it, the liver, the gall, the spleen, and everything else, and the intestines on one side, the kidneys over here on that side or whatever, but then all the fat or the meat, the everything that's edible, you feed you and that one other person, but then the Levitical priesthood gets the rest of it. Each sacrifice, put critical thinking to this process. And I'm telling you, once you put critical thinking to that process, these scriptures breed contention. So I feel that those scriptures were placed there to breed contention, to have some kind of animosity in between the people and the Levitical priesthood. All right. So let's keep it moving with what we got right here. Then you have, if you kill any animal in the camp or outside of the camp, and you haven't brought it to the tent of meeting, then blood is on your head. You messed up. You done messed up because you ain't killed that thing and you ain't brought it forth to share with the Levites. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? How come you gonna just kill that thing and have it all to yourself? Who you think you is? You don't bring that thing forward and share it with the Levites. This is what I'm talking about, family. Put critical thinking to these things. I know I'm cracking jokes, and I know I'm being sarcastic about these things, all right? But you got to put some critical thinking to what it is that's being said and what's being written in front of you. That's what I'm asking you to do. And then, as you apply critical thinking to it, take it to the Most High and ask Him for discernment over what is really being said here, because something don't seem right. I'm telling you it don't. Because then in the next breath, we get like this. And that man shall be cut off from among his people. Why? Because he killed an animal, an ox, lamb, or a goat, which is of the clean variety of meat. And he killed it in the camp or outside the camp, and he did not bring it to share it with the Levitical priesthood. How dare you? You are cut off. You didn't bring it to the Levites. What is wrong with you? You are cut off. Wouldn't we also understand that if he didn't share it with everybody, or if everybody ain't sharing everything with everybody, that they cut off because they selfish? See what I'm saying here? Apply critical thinking. Something ain't right. So now, as we continue on, saying that man shall be cut off from among his people, to the end that the children of Yasharal may bring their sacrifices, which they sacrificed in the open field. What? To the end that the children of Yasharal may bring their sacrifices, which they sacrificed in the open field, even that they may bring them to Yahuwah, to the door of the tent of the meeting. This is pretty strange wording here. It's pretty strange to me. That's like saying that you can go outside of the camp, and if you see one of these animals, if you see an ox in the wild, or a lamb in the wild, or a goat in the wild, any one of these things in the wild, that you can go out there and kill it in the wild, as long as you bring it back to the temple or the tabernacle of the congregation, or the tabernacle, and then you sprinkle this blood right here. It says that they may bring them to Yahuwah, to the door of the tent of meeting, to the priest. Bring it to the priest and sacrifice them for sacrifices of peace offerings to Yahuwah. So if you kill an animal in the wild, you must bring it back to the priest, and you have to offer it up as a peace offering. Remember, the meat offering and the peace offering and the free will offering are the ones where you are designated to feed somebody. And it's already being spoken and being said that if you kill an animal in the wild, any one of these animals in the wild, that you must bring it back to the temple, bring it to the priest, and you have to sacrifice it up for a peace offering, because we need our cut, nigga. What is you thinking? Where my cut? Where my cut? You out there hunting on your own and everything, and you killing these animals and everything. You got to bring it on back on my cut. Use critical thinking when you read this. So then it says right here, the priest shall sprinkle the blood on the altar of Yahuwah at the door of the tent of meeting, and burn the fat for a sweet savor to Yahuwah. They shall no more sacrifice their sacrifices to the male goats, after which they play the prostitute. This shall be a statute forever to them throughout their generations. Let's read that one more again. The priest shall sprinkle the blood on the altar of Yahuwah at the door of the tent of meeting, and burn the fat for a sweet savor to Yahuwah. They shall no more sacrifice their sacrifices to the male goats. What? Why would they be sacrificing 2 male goats in the first place? Why would they sacrifice anything to any male goat? After which they play the prostitute. This shall be a statute forever to them throughout their generations. This is, I want to say, Leviticus 17 and 1 through 7. So, this priestly source commands all the tribes of Yasharal to bring their sacrifices and burnt offerings and present them on the altar in front of the tabernacle. The text also forbade any Israelite or an alien to slaughter his animals anywhere else but the altar of the tabernacle. They were to bring it there as fellowship offerings and eat them in the presence of Yahuwah. This law was not to be enforced only while they were in the desert, but everlasting throughout all their generations. Think about that. Put that into perspective, family, and let's make it contemporary. Let's bring it all the way up throughout all your generations. That means if you got animals in your backyard right now, you can't just up and kill one and bring it into the house and throw it on the skillet. You can, and again, it can't be any time of day or night. It can't be any time of the night. You have to kill that animal, take it to the tabernacle, kill that animal, field dress it right there, do your fellowship offering, but you're not feeding your family. Remember that there's nowhere in here where it says you're going to feed your family with this sacrifice. Nowhere. Nowhere does it say you're going to feed your family with this sacrifice. It says that you are going to share it with the Levitical priesthood, though. Once again, scriptures of contention to breed beef problems in Yasharal. Somebody wrote something in there, and once you apply critical thinking to that scripture and understanding, these understandings breed contention. So, let's keep it moving. So now, the first book of Samuel plainly reveals that the Israelites prior to the days of David and Solomon at least partially adhered to this command. They never slaughtered their animals for human consumption at their homes. They brought them to the place of worship. They accepted the fact that they could not kill their animals apart from the altar, but they did not always bother to bring it to the tent of meeting. They took their animals to Shiloh, Bethel, and other sacrificial centers, or simply erected their own altars. They That's where they started breaking that rule, huh? That's that old school juvenile, huh? You doing your own thing, huh? Think you the main, huh? Mm-hmm. So, or they simply erected their own altars. Elkanah, the father of Samuel, took his animals to Shiloh every year. There he and his family ate of the flesh. What? There he and his family ate of the flesh, since he loved his wife Hannah more than his other wife or children. He gave her double portion of meat. That's 1 Samuel 1 and 3 through 4. When King Saul conquered the Philistines, the army seized the animals and killed them on the ground rather than the altar. Then they ate the meat. Some soldiers came to Saul and told him that the people are sinning against Yahuwah because they ate meat by bloodshed. Saul was very disturbed and ordered the soldiers to bring the animals to him. He took a large stone and commanded the people to kill their animals on this stone so that they would not be guilty of bloodshed. That is murder. I hope y'all were paying attention, and I hope this inspires y'all to go back into the scripts and see where these laws were enacted to be done a certain kind of way. And it says perpetually, forever, in all your generations. But then we have other scripts here where we have King Saul conquering the Philistines and killing their animals right then and there and eating the animals right there. They didn't bring the animals back to the temple. They didn't bring them back to the tabernacle. But then he's saying, okay, well, here's this big old rock. Kill them on this rock so that way we're not guilty of bloodshed. We're not guilty of going against the Most High. And we'll just keep eating these animals. Yeah. Crayon. You know what I'm saying? So, I know I'm cracking jokes and being sarcastic, family. I know this. All right? I get it. But I got to say these things in a certain kind of way to make it hit home for you. That way you critically think about what it is that has been placed in front of us to accept. The things that we start condoning. The things when we read some of these scriptures, we start condoning things just because they're right there in front of our faces. And we're not using any kind of critical thinking. We're not asking the Most High for his Rabokah HaKodash, so that way we can understand that way we can keep up with the spirit of truth. The word of truth that is written, that is consistent from book to book, cover to cover, verse by verse. We're not paying attention where the word of truth is being interrupted. We're actually condoning lies and putting it in as true, or allowing, just because it's written on paper, because paper don't refuse ink, we're not sitting here and understanding that this right here doesn't line up. This just don't line up with what I was told a book or so before. Or how come I'm being told that it's okay here, but it's not okay here? Last I knew, the Most High don't change. You feel me? The Most High don't change. And so since the Most High don't change, why do we contend or make the excuse that he changed his mind and he allowed certain things to happen in scripture because he's just okay with it? How come we ain't? I love y'all, family. I love y'all so much. I'm trying to tell you. All right, so let's keep moving. When Christians, Muslims, and the adherents of Judaism read the text of 1 Samuel 14 and 31 through 34, they fail to realize the meaning of it. Most assume that there was sin, that their sin was eating flesh together with the blood, right? That they was just feasting on blood and drinking it. That's what a lot of us probably thought. But this was not the case. The first text of all states that they slaughtered the animals. Since they were slaughtered, that means that they were bled. The Hebrew word sakat or shakat means to kill or slaughter animal for food, sacrifice, or human being in sacrifice. They cut the throat of their animals, and so they were bled. They bled them out. But they slaughtered the animals on the ground and not an altar. Saul commanded that a large stone be brought to him upon which they should slaughter their animals. This act plainly reveals that Saul believed, at least it is so claimed, that it was lawful to kill the animals for human consumption only upon the altar. On this occasion, he built his first altar to Yahuwah. The correct translation of this text from Hebrew is as follows. So, the day after the Israelites had defeated the Philistines from Michmash to Ajalon, they were exhausted. They pounced on the plunder, and taking sheep, cattle, and calves, they slaughtered them on the ground and ate them through bloodshed, murder. Then someone said to Saul, "Look, the men are sinning against Yahuwah by eating flesh through bloodshed." "You have broken faith," he said. "Roll a large stone over here at once." Then, he said, "Go out among the men and tell them, each of you, bring me your cattle and sheep and slaughter them here on the stone and eat them. Do not sin against Yahuwah by eating meat through bloodshed." So everyone brought his ox that night and slaughtered it there. Thus, Saul built an altar to Yahuwah. It was the first time he had done this. It says this is from the author's translation. It'd probably be a good idea to go back and take another look at that regardless. So, please recall that the text of Leviticus 17 regarded the slaughter of an animal as murder unless it was done so on the altar near the entrance of the tabernacle. Did we not just read that? Did we not just read that a little bit ago where the script said this is how it has to be done? Right? But then we see that Saul did not build the altar near the tent of meeting, but he nevertheless obeyed the rest of the Levitical text only, and I'm putting this part in. He obeyed it by technicality, not to the fullness of what was written or what was commanded. He obeyed it partially by technicality. So also there was Ahijah or Ahaya, the priest with him, there in verses 18 and 19. So also there was Ahijah, the priest, with him there. So since he did all of this in the presence of a Levitical priest, that's where he really started thinking he on point, because there was a priest there, there was a Levite there. So the rabbis of Judaism teach that it is forbidden to sacrifice animals to Yahuwah when there is no temple in Jerusalem. That is why the Yahudim, or the Jews, do not present sacrifices and burnt offerings, since the temple was destroyed in 70 AD or 70 CE. But the rabbis allow eating of flesh regardless where the animal was killed. By forbidding animal sacrifice, but allowing the slaughtering of animals in order to gratify their lusts, they are most definitely guilty of bloodshed. So, and that's as it pertains to the script. All right. Bloodshed is when you kill an animal and eat it without being in the presence of a priest or doing it to the letter of the law that is right there in the scripts. If you don't do it the way it was commanded, that's called bloodshed. So anytime that you out and about, if you're out at a restaurant or even in the privacy of your own home, when you eat meat by the letter of the scripture, you are either constituting that the restaurant in which you are in is a temple dedicated to the Most High. If this is what you're trying to condone, that you went to this fast food restaurant or this sit down restaurant, and you're now condoning in your mind that that restaurant is now a temple dedicated to Yahuwah, and those that are in the back, all those cooks and chefs and wait staff and all that, those are the Levitical priests that are putting that flesh on an altar for you that was dedicated to the Most High. And so when they bring it out to you to eat in your seat or wherever you're sitting at on the patio or in the dining area, whatever, you're condoning that where you've sat down to eat at is a temple dedicated to the Most High. That's what you're doing. Now, I'm not trying to sit here and oh my goodness, I'm trying not to. And if I'm coming off sounding some kind of way, you know what I'm saying? If my sarcasm is going too far, please forgive me. All right, please forgive me if my sarcasm is going too far. But I'm trying to make these things hit home so that way we understand what it is we are condoning and what it is we have condoned and how we're doing it. The methodology of which we're condoning the things and the habits in which we have done or the things in which we still do. I'm just trying to make this contemporary for you so that you really truly understand. I'm not trying to condemn you. I'm just trying to help you understand what it is that you're condoning. All right. I love you. As your brother, I have to tell you the truth. No matter if it's an ugly truth, a pretty truth, just a disgusting truth, I have to tell you the truth. Otherwise, I'm not your brother. So that's all I'm trying to do. So let's keep it moving. According to the Levitical text, they should be cut off from among their people. The rabbis teach that the Pentateuch was written by Moshe and claimed the inspiration of every letter. When they do, or when or why then do they reject the text of Leviticus, which orders the Israelites and the aliens, which are the strangers, to slaughter their animals on the altar of Yahuwah alone? This rule was to be an everlasting ordinance throughout the Hebrew generations. That's what we just got to talking about. That's said that same way, but or said that way here, but we just brought it out in a contemporary manner just moments ago. So, worship on the high places. This is sacrificial system number 4 out of 5. So, the phrase high place occurs more than 100 times in the Bible. It comes from the Hebrew word bama and primarily refers to a cultic site of some sort. St. Jerome rendered the Hebrew word bama as excellence in his Latin Vulgate Bible, and hence the high place in the King James Bible. The Hebrew word bama means more than just a high place. The New English Bible renders bama as high shrine, while Revised Standard Version and New Jewish Publication Society rendered it shrine. The Jerusalem redactors sternly condemn bamat, plural of Bama of any sort. The Deuteronomic and Levitical sources prescribed the sacrificial worship in one place alone. All right, so if I read that too fast, this whole thing right here, this worship on high places, is already a no-no. Because if we adhere to the script where there's one centralized place, that means you don't get to put this altar in all these high places, because that was one of the things that we were decreed to do, was to tear down all the altars in the high places, in the valleys, in the groves, under every green tree that you might find them at, and by the poles and their Asherah poles. So this right here form of worship is already, an ex-nay. It's like a no-no. But this right here, this worship on high places, especially on how it is redone by the new Jewish, or They Wish Publication Society, render it as shrine. So by making it contemporary, what I just got done breaking down a little bit ago is exactly what we've all done when we go out to these fast food restaurants or these sit-down restaurants, or what we've done to our own kitchens and things like that. We've rendered the law that we are given as it's all right. The Most High don't mind. He said I can put it anywhere I want. Anywhere I want. This shrine. My kitchen's got a shrine. I'm going out to the shrine tonight. We're going over to this shrine tomorrow. Feel me? I'm over here making this contemporary with this sarcasm that I got to speak to y'all. Because, like I said, I got to make it make sense. I got to make it hit home. All right? So, the Jerusalem redactors sternly condemn Bama, which is the plural form of Bama, of any sort. The Deuteronomic and Levitical sources prescribed the sacrificial worship in one place alone. Yet we find the Israelites continuously associated with many altars on the high places. This is part of what Isaiah is telling us about, and even Jeremiah is telling us about. So when Saul first met Samuel, he went with him to Bama, because Samuel had to officiate at the shrine, since there was a festival to be observed and sacrifices to be presented. This is from 1 Samuel chapter 9, verses 11 to 25. After having a sacrificial meal with Saul, Samuel sent him to Bethel, to the hill, where the company of prophets met him. So Bethel was the important shrine to the patriarchs and the Israelites. Later, it became one of the two main shrines of the 10 tribes. Its name means house of El, or house of the Most High, house of Yah. How is it that the Israelites had many sacred shrines in the high places when the original tabernacle Mashah supposedly made in the desert was available to them and was actually situated at the high place of Gibeon? 1 Chronicles 21 and 29, how it is that even the men of Yahuwah, such as Samuel, actually worshipped on high hills and in different locations and offered sacrifices at the shrines of Bethel, Mizpah, Shiloh, Gibeah, Galgal, and Ramah. Why did he not worship only at the tent of meeting, which was located at Gibeon? Why was there also a sanctuary at Shechem, as well as Shiloh and Nod, when All along, the Israelites had the mobile sanctuary which Masha allegedly constructed. By building all other shrines and sanctuaries on the high places, they most definitely sinned if the Deuteronomic texts, which enforce the centralized worship, are authentic. So, if we're going to run this line, right? If we're going to have brothers and sisters out here running this line that we have to receive all of the script or none of the script, that also means that this centralized sacrificial place must be adhered to, because it says in all of our dwellings and all of our generations. That's if that's correct, right? Right here. So saying that they definitely sinned if the Deuteronomic texts, which enforce the centralized worship, are authentic. They were guilty of murder by bloodshedding or shedding of blood of animals on altars other than the one Masha supposedly constructed in the desert for all times. So, why did even Elijah recognize various altars on the high places as the altars of Yahuwah, when the temple Solomon built in Jerusalem still stood erect? All these questions have haunted the rabbis of Judaism, as well as Christian theologians, for thousands of years. To date, they have been unable to solve the enigma. This, however, did not prevent them from claiming that every letter of the 5 books of Moses is inspired and infallible. The rabbis of normative Judaism pronounce a curse on anyone who even questions the Mosaic authorship of the entire Pentateuch. The Christian church went as far as claiming that every word in the entire Bible is inspired and infallible. Don't you dare question not one thing. And that's where we got some of our brothers and sisters out here talking about you got to receive all of it or none of it. You better believe all of it. There's no question. Every last word in there is inspired and is perfect and it's infallible. Don't question none of it. Shut up. Sit down. Don't ask questions. That's what we get. That's the things that we get. So, the Christian church went as far as claiming that every word in the entire Bible is inspired and infallible. If the true Elohim was indeed the author of the entire Bible, why then is it full of errors and contradictions? Why did the Ebionites reject many portions of it? Why did Jeremiah himself charge the Jewish scribes of falsifying the Pentateuch? Why are so many books missing from the original Bible? Why these conflicting accounts concerning the chosen place and where the sacrificial cult should be practiced? These are a lot of good questions. Let us now return to the subject of the shrines on the high places, where King David worshiped Yahuwah and offered sacrifices and burnt offerings. Or where did King David worship Yahuwah and offer sacrifices and burnt offerings? Most definitely not in Gibeon, where the tent of meeting was located. He most definitely offered sacrifices in different places. If the Bible as we have it is to be trusted, he pitched a tent in Jerusalem in which he placed the Ark of the Covenant. In the same place, he offered bloody sacrifices. This is from 2 Samuel 6 and 17 through 18. Yahuwah supposedly told him to do so, despite the fact that the tent of meeting and its sacrificial altar was located in Gibeon. By commanding David to build an altar in Jerusalem and to present sacrifices thereupon, Did not Yahuwah violate his own command given to Mashah and the Israelites in the desert from Leviticus 17, commanding the Israelites to present their sacrifices on the altar of the tabernacle throughout their generations? David presented sacrifices on the altar he built in Jerusalem, where he placed the Ark of the Covenant. He built an altar on the threshing floor of Arunah, and there he performed sacrificial rites. This is 2 Samuel 24, verses 18 to 25. So please pay attention to the following text. So David gave to Ornan for the place 600 shekels of gold by weight. David built there an altar to Yahuwah and offered burnt offerings and peace offerings and called on Yahuwah, and he answered him from the sky by fire on the altar of burnt offering. Yahuwah commanded the angel, and he put up his sword again into the sheath of it. At that time, when Dawad or David saw that Yahuwah had answered him in the threshing floor of Ornan, the Jebusite, then he sacrificed there for the tent of Yahuwah, which Mashah made in the wilderness, and the altar of burnt offerings, where at that time in the high place at Gibeon. This is 1 Chronicles 21, verses 25 through 29. See also 1 Chronicles 6 and 31 through 32. Now, before I move on, right here, David bought an altar. He bought the threshing floor. He bought this place. David gave to Ornan for the place 600 shekels of gold by weight. David built an altar there, or built there an altar. So the place that he bought it from was a Jebusite, one of the people that was supposed to get pushed out the land. So we have another contradiction that is just so, conveniently, tucked out the way. Nobody paid no attention to it. Don't look here. Don't look here. Don't you look at that. Don't you read it like that. Why are you reading it like that? Why are you saying it like that, Ross? Why are you saying like that, Yashar Ross? Come on, man. Why? Come on, man. Why are you saying it like that? Because for one, the Jebusite wasn't supposed to be in the land. Two, if he bought that place from the Jebusite and made a threshing floor or made a altar right there in that spot, that's in violation of a couple different commandments. You know what I'm saying? So we have some contradictions right there as well. So now, but please note the following text, which reveals an amazing act of David. It happened as the Ark of the Covenant of Yahuwah came to the city of David, that Michal, or Michal, the daughter of Saul, looked out at the window and saw King David dancing and playing, and she despised him in her heart. They broke in the ark of Elohim and set it in the midst of the tent that David had pitched for it. And they offered burnt offerings and peace offerings before Elohim. When David had made an end of offering the burnt offerings and the peace offerings, he blessed the people in the name of Yahuwah. He dealt to everyone of Yasharal, both man and woman, to everyone a loaf of bread and a portion of flesh and a cake of raisins. He appointed certain of the Levites to minister before the ark of Yahuwah and to celebrate and to thank and praise Yahuwah, Elohim of Yasharal, and Zadok the priest, and his brothers the priests, before the tent of Yahuwah in the place that was at Gibeon, to offer burnt offerings, and to Yahuwah on the altar of burnt offerings continually, morning and night, even according to all that is written in the law of Yahuwah, which he commanded to Yasharal. This is First Chronicles 15 and 29, and then 16 and 3 through 4, and then verse 40, I suppose. Here, most plainly, we are told that David established two places of worship. In both places, sacrificial rites took place. We are also plainly told that the Ark of the Covenant was placed in the tent David pitched in Jerusalem, and not the tabernacle Moses or Masha allegedly built, which was situated at Gibeon. Yet on that sacrificial altar at Gibeon, he charged Zadok to offer daily sacrifice in accordance with the supposed command of Yahuwah written in the so-called Mosaic Law. Of what value was the tabernacle in Gibeon, since its most sacred object was not there? This tabernacle was deserted, since Yahuwah supposedly resided in the ark, which was placed in Jerusalem. By establishing two places of worship, did David fulfill the commands of Deuteronomy 12, 14, and 16, prescribing only one centralized shrine? Mm-mm, mm-mm. Did he fulfill Leviticus 17 by slaughtering animals for either sacrifices or human consumption on the altar at the entry of the tent of meeting? Mm-mm, mm-mm. The answer is resounding no. Just what are we supposed to make of all these absurd and contradicting texts? Which ones are authentic and inspired, revealing the perfect will of the true Elohim? As far as Elohim's true prophets, Hamashiach, his apostles, and the Ebionites were concerned, none of them. They altogether rejected the sacrificial rites of any kind, whether in Jerusalem, tent of meeting, or any other high shrine. This fact will become crystal clear in this book. In 1 Kings chapter 3, the Deuteronomic redactor attempts to justify people who continue to sacrifice in the high places, saying, only the people sacrificed in the high places because there was no house built for the name of Yahuwah until those days. So this is in verse 2 of 1 Kings chapter 3. But what difference does this make? They had the most sacred sanctuary at Gibeon. And why on a high place if it was something Yahuwah hated, as I have already pointed out in the quoted text previously? How could he justify the sacrificial rites on the high places if the text of Leviticus 17 is authentic? In 1 Kings 3 and 3, Solomon himself is criticized for worshiping Yahuwah on the high places. Solomon loved Yahuwah, walking in the statutes of Dawud, his father. Only he sacrificed and burnt incense in the high places. That's from the World English Bible. Whoever wrote this text obviously believed that it was wrong to sacrifice on shrines of the high places. Yet in the same chapter, we are told that Solomon presented 1,000 cattle on the most sacred high place in Gibeon. There, at that very high shrine, Yahuwah supposedly appeared to Solomon and told him to ask Yahuwah whatever he will. He did not ask for riches, but rather for wisdom, so that he would be able to lead the Israelites wisely. This is 1 Kings chapter 3, verses 4 through 5. How is it that Yahuwah never told Solomon that to present sacrifices on the high place of Gibeon was wrong? Why isn't that? It is obvious to me that not all the texts in the Bible were inspired by the true Elohim. Many texts were written by various redactors in the name of someone else in order to bolster their religious views and convictions. The redactor of the book of Kings attempted to justify the people for sacrificing on the high places because the temple in Jerusalem was not as yet built. But on what grounds would he justify the action of Elijah, who lived many years after Solomon built the temple in Jerusalem? The prophet Elijah did not recognize that temple as the only authentic place for worship. As a matter of fact, he did not even worship in the temple of Jerusalem. He was preaching in the kingdom of Israel during the days of Ahab and Jezebel. Please note the following text. So, now therefore, send and gather to me all Israel to Mount Carmel, and the prophets of Baal 450, and the prophets of Asherah 400, who eat at Jezebel's table. So Ahab sent to all the children of Israel and gathered the prophets together to Mount Carmel. Elijah said to all the people, "Come near to me." And all the people came near to him. He repaired the altar of Yahuwah that was thrown down. Elijah took 12 stones according to the number of the tribes of the sons of Jacob, or Yaqub, to whom the word of Yahuwah came, saying, Yasharal shall be your name. With the stones he built an altar in the name of Yahuwah, and he made a trench about the altar. This is 1 Kings chapter 18, verses 19 through 20, and then verses 30 through 32. This text claims that there was an altar of Yahuwah on Mount Carmel. Baal's prophets demolished it and left it in ruins. Elijah supposedly repaired it and offered a sacrifice on it. Yahuwah supposedly responded with fire. How could there be an altar on Mount Carmel after the temple in Jerusalem was supposedly exclusively consecrated for sacrifices and burnt offerings? How could Elijah repair this altar and present a sacrifice to Yahuwah in a place other than the one Yahuwah supposedly chose to place his name? So, by sacrificing a bull on Mount Carmel, Elijah was guilty of murder. He should have taken it to the entrance of the tent of meeting as the Levitical text commanded to be done forever, throughout all generations. Or if this was a forged text, then to the temple that Solomon built. Why offer a sacrifice on a high place? Bama. How could he even offer sacrifices when he was not a priest? How could even Samuel, David, and others in the Bible offer sacrifices when they were not priests? Samuel was a descendant of Korah and was not a descendant of Aaron. In 1 Kings 19 and 14, Elijah supposedly said to Yahuwah, I have been very jealous for Yahuwah, the Elohim of hosts. For the children of Yasharal have forsaken your covenant, thrown down your altars, and slain your prophets with the sword. And I, even I only, am left, and they seek my life to take it away. How could Elijah state that there were altars of Yahuwah in the kingdom of Samaria, when we are told elsewhere that the only authentic altar for sacrifice was the one Mashah supposedly constructed in the desert? What about the altar Solomon built, and which stood at the entrance of the temple? That altar was supposedly exclusively chosen by Yahuwah for sacrifices and burnt offerings. Why then all the altars in the kingdom of Yasharal? These are baffling questions which you must answer if you want to serve the true Elohim in spirit and truth, in Rawakah and Anah. By the time you read this book, it will become apparent that all these texts are sanctioning various shrines. All these texts sanctioning various shrines are not authentic. You will realize that they are interpolations by the lying pen of scribes. That is why they fundamentally contradict each other. Big facts. In the books of Kings and Chronicles, Hezekiah, king of Yehuda, implemented a great religious reform. The Jewish redactor of the Book of Kings, who strongly supported the Jewish claim regarding Jerusalem and the Temple of Solomon, identifies King Hezekiah as most righteous of all kings. He did that which was right in the eyes of Yahuwah, according to all that Dawud his father had done. He removed the high places and broke the pillars and cut down the Asherah, and he broke in pieces the brazen serpent that Mashah had made. For to those days the children of Yasharal did burn incense to it, and he called it Nehushtan. He trusted in Yahuwah, the Elohim of Yasharal, so that after him was none like him among all the kings of Yehuda, nor among them that were before him. It's the 2 Kings 18 and 3 through 5. It is claimed that no king as righteous as Hezekiah arose after him. Yet we are told the same about King Josiah, who himself also implemented a great religious reform not many years after Hezekiah's reform. It is claimed that no king before or after Josiah was as righteous as he who served Yahuwah with all his heart and soul. More about Josiah's reform later. When people read the last text quoted from the Book of Kings, they usually suppose that the high places Hezekiah destroyed were the places where Israelites worshiped Baal. It is true that Hezekiah destroyed the altars of Baal, but he also destroyed the altars of Yahuwah built by the worshipers in the 10 tribes. The 10 tribes erected sacred stone pillars and wooden poles, Asherim, beside the altars they built for Yahuwah. The tribe of Yehuda hated this system of worship. That's why Hezekiah smashed all the altars and the stone pillars and wooden poles, commanding all the tribes to worship in Jerusalem alone, at the temple Solomon built. In the Torah itself, we find texts sanctioning and forbidding the stone pillars and wooden poles, meaning that we find texts that support it and disagree with it and abolish it, saying don't do it, destroy them all, right? So we find the people both erecting and demolishing them. Mashah himself is depicted as erecting 12 stone pillars beside the altar he supposedly built. This is Exodus 24 and 4. Yaquab erected a stone pillar at Beth El beside the altar he supposedly built in Genesis 28 and 18, and then verses 22, or chapter 20, verses 22, and then chapter 35 and 6 through 7. So Joshua himself erected the large stone pillar beneath the same oak tree Yaquab did, acting as a wooden pole beside the sanctuary at Shechem. So this is from Joshua chapter 24, verses 25 through 25. So I don't know why he did that. That's just silly. Even in the, unless that's a typo, even in the days of Gideon, this stone pillar was in existence. For we are told that Abimelech was crowned king of Yasharal beside these pillars. It's Judges 9 and 6. So, Shalom to you always, Ophizi Hebrew Chalmers. Good to see you, Art. All right. And if I didn't say nothing to you, Rohan, Shalom to you always as well. Let's see here. The Israelite altars in honor of Baal or Yahuwah were always associated with sacred stone pillars, masabah, wooden poles or oaks, rendered groves in the King James Bible. The tribe of Yehuda sternly condemned this practice. That is why we find a redactor's insertion which prohibits this practice. So I got to give it up to this dude, man. The author of this book, he's definitely went through these scripts and found all these little inconsistencies and pointing them out. Like, oh my goodness. All right. So you shall not plant you an Asherah pole or an Asherah of any kind of tree beside the altar of Yahuwah, your Elohim, which you shall make you. Neither shall you set yourself up a pillar, which Yahuwah, your Elohim, hates. This is Deuteronomy 16 and 21. So, if Yahuwah hates this practice, then did Yaakov or Yaquab erect the pillars near the altar? Why did Masha do it? And even Joshua or Yahusha? Hezekiah destroyed all these shrines built by the Israelites. He even dared to destroy the bronze serpent Nehushtan, which Masha made in the desert. But he did not touch the altars Solomon erected in honor of the pagan gods. What? Are you serious? Solomon built altars to the gods of his pagan wives. Hezekiah did not touch these altars, but he destroyed all altars which were erected to Yahuwah in the territory of the 10 tribes, especially those in Ephraim and Manasseh. It was Josiah who smashed the altars Solomon erected to the pagan gods. This is in 2 Kings chapter 23, verse 13. So Solomon was Hezekiah's hero and the founder of the religion he reformed. That Hezekiah also destroyed the altars the Israelites regarded to be those of Yahuwah. Is also evident from the following text. So, the king of Assyria sent Tartan and Rabsaris and Rabshakeh, from Lachish to King Hezekiah with a great army to Jerusalem. They went up and came to Jerusalem. When they were come up, they came and stood by the conduit of the upper pool, which is in the highway of the fuller's field. When they had called to the king, there came out to them Eliakim, the son of Hilkiah, who was over the household, and Shebna, the scribe, and Joah, the son of Asaph, the recorder, Rabshakeh, said to them, say you now to Hezekiah, thus says the great king, the king of Assyria, what confidence is this in which you trust? You say, but they are but vain words. There is counsel and strength for the war. Now on whom do you trust, that you have rebelled against me? Now behold, you trust on the staff of this bruised reed, even on Egypt, whereon if a man lean, it will go into his hand and pierce it. So is Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to all who trust on him. But if you tell me, we trust in Yahuwah or Elohim, isn't that he whose high places and whose altars Hezekiah has taken away, and has said to Yehuda and to Jerusalem, you shall worship before this altar in Jerusalem? Now therefore, please give pledges to my master, to the king of Assyria, and I will give you 2,000 horses, if you are able on your part to set riders on them. How then can you turn away the face of one captain of the least of my master's servants, and put your trust on Egypt for chariots and for horsemen? I am now come up with Yahuwah against this place to destroy it. Yahuwah said to me, go up against this land and destroy it. This is in 2 Kings 18, 17 through 25. We also get some of this right here in the book of Isaiah as well. Hezekiah was forced to pay the tribute to the king of Assyria. He took all the gold he could find, but was also forced to strip the gold from the doors and posts of the temple in order to pay his tribute. This is 1 Kings 18 and 16. What an irony! The most righteous king of Yehuda was forced to desecrate the temple in order to pay his tribute to the Gentile king? Please note how this text resembles the text in connection with Josiah. After all this, right? So after all this, when Josiah had prepared the temple, Necho, king of Egypt, went up to fight against Carchemish by the Euphrates, and Josiah went out against him. But he sent ambassadors to him, saying, what have I to do with you, you king of Yehuda? I come not against you this day, but against the house with which I have war. And Elohim has commanded me to make haste, forbear you from meddling with Elohim, who is with me, that he not destroy you. Nevertheless, Josiah would not turn his face from him, but disguised himself, that he might fight with him, and didn't listen to the words of Necho from the mouth of Elohim, and came to fight in the valley of Megiddo. This is 2 Chronicles chapter 35, and then 20 through 22. This is also, that little excerpt right there is also in Ezra, and it's also in First Esdras. And so Josiah was mortally wounded in that fight and ended up dying. So Hezekiah became subject to the king of Assyria. Josiah was killed in a battle against Necho, the king of Egypt. Yet both kings instituted great religious reforms, and each is said to be more righteous than any other king that ruled in Yehuda. Why then are they defeated by pagan kings? There is obviously something drastically wrong with these stories. When we carefully compare the story of Hezekiah given in 2 Kings 18 through 20 with that given in 2 Chronicles 29 through 32, we discover some significant differences. The same can be said about the two stories in regards to Josiah and his reform. So far, we have examined the four systems of worship which are sanctioned in one way or another in the Bible. We have seen that there are many conflicting texts, each one written by someone in order to uphold a certain religious system concerning the sacrificial cult. Those who built altars in various places and offered sacrifices there appealed to the example of the patriarchs, and especially the text of Exodus 20, verses 24 through 25. So, here's the next verse. An altar of earth thou shalt make me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings, and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen, in all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and will bless thee. It's in the King James Bible, Exodus 20, verses 24 to 25. This text of Exodus commands the Israelites to make an altar of the earth. This was preferred. If made of stones, they must not cut them in any way. But Moses built an altar of stones. So did Joshua. So did Elijah repair the altar of the stones. This text allows the erection of altars to Yahuwah in more than one place. In all the places, Yahuwah will establish his name. In all these places, they were allowed to perform sacrificial cult. The text of Deuteronomy allowed them to build an altar only in one place, the very place Yahuwah was to choose from all the tribes of Yasharal. Another Deuteronomic source sanctioned only the altar on Mount Ebal. The text of Leviticus 17 altogether forbade the Israelites to build any altar whatsoever. It regarded the altar Mashah supposedly built in the desert as the only authentic altar for all times. Only at this altar, which was located at the entrance of the tabernacle, they were to slaughter their sacrifices of all types. When Solomon built the temple, he altogether ignored this text. He did not even use the altar Mashah supposedly built in the desert of acacia wood overlaid with bronze, whose size was 3 cubits high, 5 cubits long, and 5 cubits wide. This is Exodus 27:1. Please note the following text. Moreover, he made an altar of brass, 20 cubits of length, the length of it, and 20 cubits the breadth of it, and 10 cubits the height of it. Also, he made the molten sea of 10 cubits from brim to brim, round in compass, and the height of it was 5 cubits, and a line of 30 cubits compassed it round about. Under it was the likeness of oxen, which did compass it round about for 10 cubits, compassing the sea round about. The oxen were in 2 rows, cast when it was cast. It stood on 12 oxen, 3 looking toward the north, and 3 looking towards the west, 3 looking towards the south, and 3 looking towards the east. And the sea was set on them above, and all their hinder parts were inward. It was a handbreadth thick, and the brim of it was worked like the brim of a cup, like the flower of a lily. It received and held 3,000 baths. Sheesh. 2 Chronicles 4:1-5. the whole description of this huge altar, that is huge. Huge, family. So it's like I just I don't think we put into context, or we even think in context when it comes to how big these altars were and things like that. And then the the use talking about stood on 12 oxen. We weren't to be making any images and worshiping to them. So that it would even stand that, these bulls, these oxen, that the bowl of the basin where all the burnt offering was getting put in, it's a brass basin. And so it's pretty much a brass flat top that you're cooking in. This is actually cooking, you know. So like there's certain things that I don't think we're really even putting into context. And then the way that these bulls or these oxen were positioned, three to the north, south, east, and west, or whatever. So now you got these graven images holding up this bowl that you're going to put all of your burnt offering and burnt sacrifice and peace offerings, all that stuff. You're going to put all that in there, and this bowl is so huge, it's ridiculous, huge. I don't think we really understand how big this thing is. I mean, it's ridiculously huge. So the altar of Exodus text was 3 cubits, which is 1 meter high. It could not have been any higher since the text forbade the erection of any steps in connection with the sacrificial altar. Exodus 20 and 26. So since Solomon's altar was more than 3 meters high, it had to have steps in order for the priest to be able to lay the timber and the sacrifice on top of the altar. This would have contradicted the Exodus text. Then Solomon would have ignored it anyway, since this text of Exodus sanctions more than one place of worship. He could have paid attention to the latter Jewish tradition, which allowed the altar with steps to be commanded the priest to wear underpants in order not to expose their nakedness. This is Exodus 20, verses 40 through 42. And then Ezekiel 43, verses 13 through 17. We are now ready to carefully examine the text which endorsed the fifth system, the system which claims that the sacrificial cult did not originate with the true Elohim. Those who accepted and practiced this religious system discarded all text supporting the sacrificial rites. I urge you to read it very carefully and with an open mind. He says, then draw your own conclusion. I'm going to say, take it to the Most High and allow him to reveal to you all these scriptures. Oh, what happened? What did I do? Or what did I not do? Or the Jewish sacrificial cult and the eating of meat. That'll be next week, Most High willing. I'm going to have to take another look and just to make sure that I didn't mess this up. Give me 1 second, family, please. Give me just a couple moments. I'm gonna go look inside the book and make sure that I didn't miss these pages. It looks like I didn't, because that's a whole naked page right there. So I'm supposing that he's going to get to it in the next couple chapters with all of that right there. So I do want to still take a look, just to be on the safe side. I'll be right back. All right, let me take a look here. Yeah, I didn't mess nothing up. I ain't messing nothing up. So I'm supposing he's going to go ahead and continue on in chapter 9 and so forth. And we'll get to that next week. Most High willing. All right. So I know that I definitely read rather long-windedly and consistently, but ultimately the those first four forms of sacrificial systems, the author, man, John Bujicic, or yeah, yeah, I think John Bujicic, I think that's his name. The way he breaks it down and actually shows his references from book to book, from Samuel, Kings, Chronicles. Um, oh my goodness. Yeah, there's just no denying the fact that, and even going back in Deuteronomy and Leviticus and things like that, where these laws were set, as perpetual laws. So we have some things to really reconsider here, family. We really truly do. We have some things that, have been placed there. And like I had told y'all before, matter of fact, I'm gonna go ahead and do that right quick. I'm gonna go ahead and pull this right back on up. Uh, yeah, I'm gonna do this from Blue Letter Bible. All right. So Jeremiah 8. And so the sin and treachery of Yehuda. All right. So at that time, saith Yahuwah, they shall bring out the bones of the kings of Yehuda, and the bones of his princes, and the bones of the priests, and the bones of the prophets, and the bones of the inhabitants of Jerusalem out of their graves. And they shall spread them before the sun and the moon and all the host of heaven, whom they have loved, and whom they have served, and whom they have walked, and whom they have sought, and whom they have worshipped. They shall not be gathered, nor buried. They shall be for dung upon the face of the earth. And death shall be chosen rather than life by all the residue of them that remain of this evil family, which remain in all the places whither I have driven them, saith Yahuwah of hosts. Once again, death shall be chosen rather than life by all the residue of them that remain of this evil family, which remain in all the places whither I have driven them, saith Yahuwah of hosts. Why is that? Why is it that they would rather choose death rather than life? Because what they've done is they've received false doctrine, and they perpetuate false doctrine, wickedness, false doctrine. Verse 4. Moreover, thou shalt say unto them, Thus saith Yahuwah. You're going to tell him and show him the Most High said this. Shall they fall and not arise? Shall he turn away and not return? Why then is this people of Jerusalem slidden back by a perpetual backsliding? They hold fast to deceit. They refuse to return. I hearkened and heard, but they spake not aright. No, no man repented him of his wickedness, saying, what have I done? Everyone turned to his course, as the horse rusheth into the battle. Yeah, the stork in the heaven knoweth her appointed times, and the turtle and the crane and the swallow observe the time of their coming, but my people know not the judgment of Yahuwah. How do you say that we are wise, and the law of Yahuwah is with us? Lo, certainly in vain made he it. The pen of the scribe is in vain. The wise men are ashamed. They are dismayed and taken. Lo, they have rejected the word of Yahuwah, and what wisdom is in them? Therefore will I give their wives unto others, and their fields to them that shall inherit them. For everyone, from the least even unto the greatest, is given to covetousness. From the prophet even unto the priest, everyone dealeth falsely. For they have healed the hurt of the daughter of my people slightly, saying, Shalom, shalom, when there is no shalom. Were they ashamed when they committed abomination? Nay, they were not at all ashamed, neither could they blush. Therefore shall they fall among them that fall in the time of their visitation. They shall be cast down, saith Yahuwah. I will surely consume them, saith Yahuwah. There shall be no grapes on the vine, nor figs on the fig tree, and the leaf shall fade, and the things that I have given them shall pass away from them. Why do we sit still? Assemble yourselves, and let us enter into the defenced cities, and let us be silent there. For Yahuwah or Elohim hath put us to silence, and given us water of gall to drink, because we have sinned against Yahuwah. We looked for peace, but no good came, and for a time of health, and behold, trouble. Family, it's all right there. Read that for yourselves. Read it. I'm not sitting here making these scripts say anything that they ain't already trying to tell you. Just like the heathen has inherited lies, we inherited lies. And the lies that we inherited is the condoning of the consumption of animal flesh. When the Most High commanded in Genesis 1:29 and 1:30, this is what you shall have for food. This is what I give you for food. You and all the animals, this is what I give you for food. But we don't listen, because not only do we have the lying hand of the scribe, we have the heathen that is tampered with the scriptures, putting the likeness of their images in the scripts and everything, making us fall short. All to do what? Like I told y'all, family, it's to fulfill. Oh my goodness. You have to, I'm telling you, family. Oh my goodness. Keep not thou silence, O Elohim. Hold not thy peace, and be not still, O Elohim. For lo, thine enemies make a tumult, And they that hate thee have lifted up the head. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people. They are sneaky, devious bastards. And they tampered with the scripts in such a way as to make us follow lies, to make us adhere to lies and deception. And they've consulted against thy hidden ones. They have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Yasharal may be no more in remembrance. For they have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against thee. So they came up with a way that was so sneaky, so underhanded. If they put foolishness and folly in our scriptures, we would follow it to the letter, and we would commit sin against the Most High and bring sin and retribution against us, bring evil upon our own heads. This is what Balaam told them a long time ago. The only way you can affect the children of Yasharal is to get them to willfully sin against the Most High. This is the recipe. This is the playbook. So when I'm telling y'all about these Willie Lynch letters later on this week, I need you to truly understand that this is the crafty counsel. This is the playbook in which they've upgraded and updated to get us to sin against the Most High by getting us to sin against one another, by pitting the dark against the light skinned against the dark skin, the old against the young against the old, the man against the woman, and the woman against the man. They have amplified our differences. Matter of fact, I got to do this. So I'm not going to read all this to you because we're going to do this. We're going to do this later on this week. Right here. On top of my list is age, but there is that is there only because it starts with an A. The second is color or shade. There is intelligence, size, sex, sizes of plantations, status on plantations, attitude of owners, whether the slaves live in the valley, on a hill, east, west, north, south, fine hair, coarse hair, or is tall or short. Now that you have a list of differences, I shall give you an outline of action. But before that, I shall assure you that distrust is stronger than trust, and envy stronger than adulation, respect, or admiration. The black slaves, after receiving this indoctrination, shall carry on and will become self-refueling and self-generating for hundreds of years, maybe thousands. Don't forget, you must pitch the old black male versus the young black male against the old black male. You must use the dark-skinned slaves versus the light-skinned slaves. You must end the light-skinned slaves versus the dark-skinned slaves. You must use the female versus the male and the male versus the female. This is a part of the whole. That's right. Divide and conquer has always been the program. Always been the recipe. And it is all a part of systematic oppression. So, let me do this. I definitely got to do that. I don't think I ended up downloading this to my PC yet. No, I didn't. I uploaded it from my phone. So for those of y'all that's stuck around and did not get a chance to get this PDF, I'm putting it back in the chat again. These are the Willie Lynch letters. Read these letters. Share these letters. Show them to your people. Show them to our people. Everywhere. Show them the systematic oppression that has been set up against them. Show them that this is the reason why they don't like them niggas on that side over there. Show them that this is why we don't trust one another. Show them that this is why we have division amongst our people, coast to coast and everywhere we are. Because this is the recipe. And like I said earlier, do this. I said it on Coon Book when I first shared it. Share this, read this, share this until the word of the prophets be fulfilled. Become the battle axe. Become the battle axe. But you must read this and share this so that way we understand. We have to get an understanding of what has been done against us. But we also must approach these scriptures from a place of accountability. This is why we confess the sin of our ancestors and forefathers as well as the sin of our own. That's Jubilees chapter 1 and many, many other scripts. That's 2 Chronicles 7 and 14. That is so many, many more scripts to confess our sin and iniquity and the sin and iniquity of our ancestors and forefathers. But we have to know what we have done. We have to intelligently understand what we have done in order to repent from it, turn from it, heal our households, and heal our hood. So, with that being said, family, I'm going to pray us on out. You got something you was getting ready to say?
No.
I'm family, y'all, I'm passionate. I'm passionate about this. I don't think people really truly understand.
No,
All right. Abu Yahu, Mosayah of Yasharal, Mosayah of Abraham, of Yatasak and Yaqua, the one true Elohim of all creation, creator of all the heavens and earth and everything within. Yahuwah, Sabaoth, Abu, we come humbly before your throne, once again asking forgiveness of our sins and iniquities, those things known and unknown, and the sins and iniquities of our ancestors and forefathers. Those things known and unknown, I will reveal them to us. Reveal our sin and iniquity unto us, so we know what we have to repent for. We know what we have to turn away from, so we know how to go about taking that next step of healing our households and healing our hoods. I will reveal to us the path, reveal your ancient path to us. Magnify your law upon our hearts, just as the scriptures have said, that you will write your law upon the tablet of our heart, that we may know it, do it, live it, breathe it, love it, walk it out, teach it. Help us understand how to walk out this law every day. Abba, correct our mouths, correct our thinking, our the way we process our thoughts, correct the way that we speak to one another, correct the way that we talk to one another, so that way we no more speak with sarcasm, disrespect, and polish it off as I got the right to say whatever I want. I say what I want. No, that is not your law. That is not your Torah. Correct our mouths, correct our hearts, correct our minds, the way we think, the way we operate, the way we treat one another. Teach us how to do better, Abba. Circumcise the wickedness from our hearts and our minds. Circumcise foolishness and folly from our minds and our hearts. Bring us back into our land. Restore us to our rightful place, our rightful office. Your word has told us in many places, we up next. Show us how. In your righteous, mighty, and holy name, I pray. In the name of your Son, the word that is dwelling in this earth, that has dwelled upon this earth to bring us to a place of spirit and truth to worship you, Abba. In your name, in the righteous name of your Son, we pray. Amen. Hallelujah. Can't help it, family. I can't help it. I'm telling you, I love y'all more than you ever understand. And I'm passionate about this. I'm so sincere. So, first track I got for y'all. You got something you want to say right quick? Mm-hmm. So the first track I want to play for y'all is Paisley the Hebrew, Purpose. And then we'll let the Most High go ahead and control everything else from here on out. Let's get it.
What it do, HB?
My purpose is greater than me. When you serve the Most High, He gon' make you shine so all of your haters can see. Cool as the shade of the tree. Worship the King, bowing on kissing His feet. He took me straight out the street, then brought me right back to the street. Stood on the corner with wheat. Now I hit corners to preach and gather His sheep to wake 'em up. Just like Elijah, take me up. I go to war for my peace. They turned the man to a beast. Play with my family, we gon' tape 'em up. Attack, that's the season on me. Got every reason to win. Thanking the Father, the last name that bit me. You got me on point like some needles and pins. Move with the lions, I be in the den. Ain't about my nation, I be in the wind. Perfecting our temples, we be in the gym. My purpose is greater than me. This the mind of a chocolate man. On the ground till my pockets expand. Make that music the prophets a jam. We on fire like the pots in the pants. Style awkward like pops when he playing. I'm protected, my mama be praying. Not in my face, but behind my back, so I couldn't hear him like, what was you saying? Get with the movement, 144 karat gold music, constructing the brand. Yeah. My purpose is greater than know that they watch it. They wanna stop me, they wanna block me. My purpose is greater than man. I keep going, I'm already knowing I gotta stay focused. My purpose is greater than know that they watch it. They wanna stop me, they wanna block me. My purpose is greater than man. I keep going, I'm already knowing I gotta stay focused. My purpose is greater than me.
My purpose is greater than me. I see direct in my feet. Which songs do I sing? It's my agenda to make them remember. Return to the words of the King. To be the sacrifice to serve a hand to the apply. Yeah, I gotta keep working to be a righteous rebel, fighting all type of devils. Yeah, I do this on purpose. And when my mission is done, I hope that I'm defined as P31. But as of now, I'm the living example for all of my daughters and sons. Listen what I be telling you. His grace and mercy is incredible. To walk in His favor, to mind my behavior, no other way is acceptable. Walk in His light, shine bright. Much is given, much required. Taking the kingdom until I aspire. To do His will is my desire. Steadfast, never fold. Cry aloud and be bold. Continue a repentant soul. My purpose is to let them know. My purpose is to let them show.
Know that they watch it. They wanna stop me. They wanna block me. They trying to greater than man. I keep going. I'm already knowing I gotta stay focused. My purpose is greater than know that they watching. They wanna stop me. They wanna block me. My purpose is greater than me. I keep going. I'm already knowing I gotta stay focused. My purpose is greater than me.
So what they give you some money? You think they don't still hate you? How old are you boys? I know some secrets about the street they never told to you boys. It been hunting season, tags on their toes of you boys. You got a trap with demons on lock, they got the code for you boys. This country so deceiving, hands around the throat of you boys. You brandish chrome and kill your own, they start promoting you boys. The KKK can't get a bar from you, what's holding you boys? Your false god is starving you, take back what's older you boys. Are you the devil's pawn, keeping your metal drawn? Post federal bonds, for you I got several songs. Hands off me like 7 arms, can't copy what has no form. Take the phrase Messiah saves, take my name then add it on. I'd impress you with a paddock on, but the scripture tatted on my arm. It's sick in this fallen world, dark priests in the Vatican. They traffic the bodies of women and children you hate. Lavish you with temporary riches, concealing your fate. You digging ditches for black people on every tape. Must be mind control that's on the soul of you rappers today. And you speaking deaf, that's why a lot of you passing away. And the label get a check for you long as the people check for you there. Insurance fraud probably the reason for the death of you. They sent the killer in your detail, just let the weapon through. Ooh, they got you hot with the big letters at the festival. You know Negroes feel special when it's more legible. Your publicist got busy, put you on top of the city, put you at brunch with Diddy. They bout to do you like Biggie. Sacrifice, fulfilling your lustful appetite, just to put your body in the afterlife. It's crazy.
Woke you up in your captivity, haven't I? Sent my son to free you mentally, haven't I? Showed you the gods of your enemies, haven't I? Gave you a heart that you remember me, haven't I? Help you understand your pain, haven't I? Didn't I give you back your name, haven't I? Showed you everything is vain, haven't I? The narrow path is the way. His word don't come by void. An everlasting covenant he made we can't avoid. We still see that rainbow in the sky, cause this is story. The almighty power, but y'all give him glory. Babylon is falling right before you, haven't I? Hosea 1:10, y'all we roll you, haven't I? The valley of the dry done came alive, haven't I? Hosea 6:2, we been revived, haven't I? He done sent his messengers to open up our eyes. He done sent Messiah, laid his life down and died. He telling all his prophets, y'all, that he done heard our cry. He telling all his prophets, y'all, that he done heard our cry. Send your mighty hand, you see the affliction, but get us out this lane. We know you don't change, but do it all again. Lifting up this rod over waters, trust your plan. We gon' trust your plan. Haven't I woke you up in your captivity? Haven't I sent my son to free you mentally? Haven't I showed you the gods of your enemies? Haven't I gave you a heart that you remember me? Haven't I help you understand your pain? Haven't I didn't I give you back your name? Haven't I showed you everything is vain? Haven't I the narrow path is the way?
This is what's gonna get us into the kingdom. Exemplifying the fruits of the spirit, being a brother to your brother, being a brother to your sister. That's right. You know what I'm saying? Honoring every form of the commandment, honoring every commandment. That's right. So that we can reach that next destiny. You know what I'm saying? That's right. Because this kingdom that is to come, it's gonna be an everlasting kingdom. Lasting so long. To give you that great spirit to inherit these fruits. Right. Ain't about what you know, it's about what you show. Ain't about your education, it's about your application. Yeah, fruit of the spirit. 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 Yeah, ain't about what you know, it's about what you show. Ain't about your education, it's about your application. Yeah, fruit of the spirit. 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 Love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, yeah, all that. Goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control, all that. If you know it, then you better show it. Can't be a talker, man, you gotta be a doer. Yeah, I am teaching, yeah, I am preaching, but when they do show, I'm seeing that manure. You can't fool the righteous with wisdom, cause we know it gotta be in your spirit. Yeah, right. We'll know it when we see it, and ain't mesmerized when we hear it. Yeah, right. You can't hypnotize no righteous mind to be realigned for a wicked way. They hypnotize my people mind to be realigned for the wicked day. They full of their flesh, they carnal. We full of that root, get a boost, get a boost. Fruit of the spirit, that juice, straight from the tree of the truth. They full of their flesh, they carnal. We full of that root, get a boost, get a boost. Fruit of the spirit, that juice, straight from the tree of the truth. Hey, fruit. Ain't about what you know, it's about what you show. Ain't about your education, it's about your application. Yeah, fruit of the spirit. 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 Ain't about what you know, it's about what you show. Ain't about your education, it's about your application. Yeah, fruit of the spirit. 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 Truth tied to my mouth like bracelets. It's on my right hand like a bracelet. What he asking from us so basic. Pour the juice and he tell us not to waste it. In this walk, salvation my destination. Open up the scripts, you can find my location. Used to be wasted, used to be faded. Now I'm sober, working on my patience. Y'all so gracious, I'm so grateful. He took it all out of me. I used to be hateful, could have been fatal. Now I'm faithful, got me stable like legs on the table. As long as I'm willing, I know that he able. Stick to this truth, don't turn to no fables. Yeah, stick to this truth, don't turn to no fables. Fruit. Ain't about what you know, it's about what you show. Ain't about your education, it's about your application. Yeah, fruit of the spirit. 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 Ain't about what you know, it's about what you show. Ain't about your education, it's about your application. Yeah, fruit of the spirit. 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 Yeah, fruit of the spirit.
Yeah. Yeah. All praise to the Most High. I believe in you. I never forget the year 2020. The year you showed yourself to me. You made yourself known in the physical realm. 2020, we so close to the end. Not family, but destruction coming closer than kin. Fear ends where your faith should begin. Just believe, put your faith within him. Right now, you and him should be friends. And if you not, what you doing, my friend? Take a second right now to repent. I'll wait. Okay, he gave me the flow, not for show, so I gotta speak. What I look like hiding what he manifests inside of me. Out the mud he took me, shaped me with his hand, pottery. Then hiding the fact that I'm chosen, ruach inside of me. This is not the time not to know we live in prophecy. Now it's not the time to hide your sin, this isn't privacy. Book of Revelations, manifesting, got a lot to see. Take a new approach, triangles, isosceles, not the shape. I'm saying try different angles. Devil trying to taint you. Meanwhile, he not stronger than your angels. But he call himself going against the eye, but this is painful. His perception ain't you. Don't receive the picture that he paints you. Realize and believe in the Most High because he made you. This is not a fable. Overcome that lust because you're able. Make the stallion what? Tell them horses get back in the stable. What you think this is? We on top this season just like Basil. Hold on. 2020, we so close to the end. Not family, but destruction coming closer than kin. Fear ends where your faith should begin. Just believe, put your faith within him. Right now, you and him should be friends. And if you not, what you doing, my friend? Take a second right now to repent. I wait. We in a time where public perception means more than a friendship with the Most High. What are you scared of? Are you really scared of the creation of the Most High? Whatever's trying to scare you, he already created. So what are you scared of? Repent. Turn away from your sin. Now is the time to do so. Amen.
All right, family. You already know it's that time. It's that time. Oh my goodness, hold on. She's in the kitchen. I think her phone is behind, so let me go ahead and grab your ass right quick. All right. What you got?
That was a lot today, family, for me. I'm sure it was a lot for other people. Just, I don't know, just to hear the truth or to just have you think about some things, reevaluate some things. And Walls used the word, I think he used the word logic.
Critical thinking.
Critical thinking. I think the better word maybe is discernment.
Yeah, that's definitely what that means. Critical thinking is discernment.
Well, discernment to me is more has the spirituality aspect as well because Yah's ways are not our ways, and so we could critically think all we want, but it may still not line up according to Yah's ways. But he does give us, he says, pray me in spirit and in truth.
Rawaka and Anak.
And we know we have some precepts. We know that we need not to be anxious about nothing, but in prayer and supplication, let our requests be known. And so what I'm going to tell you is, if you're feeling disturbed in your spirit, it's probably conviction. And let your conviction lead to correction.
That's good.
So family, it was a pleasure and an honor to be a part of this. Stay with your spirit, seek him diligently, and always rightfully divide. What is it? Rightfully divide the words of truth.
The word of truth.
The word of truth. Because it's a matter of, what is it, kings?
Yeah, it's the glory of the Most High to conceal a thing, but the honor of kings to search out a matter. That's Proverbs 25:2.
Hallelujah.
So, good.
I'm good.
All right. So,
Shalom. Wow. Good night.
No doubt. I need to get Brother Josh up on here one of these times. We still live, man.
I know it's
All right.
okay.
Love y'all, family, and most high willing. I'm hoping Monday is going to be a pretty easy day, and so for sometime this week, I definitely want to do that live with these Willie Lynch letters and go in. I did, but let's get it. So, love y'all. See y'all again soon. Most high willing. Shalom.